monkey, you climbed up in that tree. What you doing up there? Why you scared? Why you running from every debate? You ran from Andrew and from me. Now tell the monkey you like they female monkeys with their bananas between their trees, hanging down upside down, found lots of smile, just smile. Now tell the monkey what you doing to me. Dilla monkey, Dilla monkey. What you doing to me? Dilla mother monkey, Dilla monkey. Oh, monkey. Oh,
If you think what happened in Maui, North Carolina,
All right, what's up? Welcome, everybody. We're going to do a late night stream because of all that damn drama. Oh, these girls is out here starting some drama. Oh, these ladies is getting sassy with me. And I'm just so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared that I asked two guys to come to debate. And they weren't interested in debating. We had actually a pretty massive meltdown, as we're going to see. So we're going to be doing a little bit tonight. I'm going to talk about what happened. Then I'm going to talk about the specific refutations of what we've seen Albrecht offer, which is pretty low tier stuff. And I'll show you exactly why no one is actually interested in Albrecht first. So Albrecht likes to make a big huff and a big stink. And many years ago, when I first met Albrecht online, he asked for a debate. And we talked about this in DMs, and it was going to be set up. This is back in 2019 here. And then I would give him a bunch of references, a bunch of links, a bunch of things to read. And then it would turn out that months later, he wasn't able to do it. So he would only do, originally, debates several months out. I have several radio shows. At that time, he wouldn't do YouTube debates. And I'm like, radio? Okay, Boomer, what are you talking about? And then I asked him if he'd like to debate something else. And the original statement that he gave was, well, let's do it 6 months from now. And then months later, let's do it down the road. I've been busy. I've got stuff coming up. I've had issues. I can't do it. Okay. So this became a recurring thing. So this would Saturday in December. So this is July 29, 2019. How about an in-person debate in December? 6 months out. And then he says, let's do it. Then he says, here, let's do it dual streamed. And I said, I don't think double streams will work because at that time we were talking about him coming on my stream. And then what he used to do is that he would just hope that months later you would forget. And then when it came around time for the debate, he would say, oh, I've got personal issues coming up. And so Ubi had a similar type of experience with William Albrecht. And since that time, pretty much everyone just quit caring or paying attention to him. And he didn't have any audience or traction until he got on Shamoun's channel anyway. But his papacy stuff is literally just the most basic bitch, low tier stuff. As we'll see when we get to the Albrecht presentation here in a moment. And we're going to have fun reacting to that. But before we do, I'll explain what happened today. So, Shamoun did a stream about the Trinity and Protestant and Catholic apologists and their different strategies and takes, and who has a better model, and whether the Protestants were better than the Roman Catholics, and so forth. And he said something to the effect of, well, right now, the Protestants are beating the Catholics on the Trinity because they will go to the Old Testament and they'll talk about the angel of the Lord. That's true. However, what I disagreed with was that between these two, the Protestant apologist and the Roman Catholic apologist, he was missing the obvious Orthodox apologist. I'm not talking about me, Dr. Branson, and the entire history of the Orthodox monarchical Trinitarian model. And then he did later mention that. Now, I don't care about the ultimate issue of whether he said that I was good at the Trinity or whatever. I'm not worried about that. My point in DMing him was that I don't believe either the Protestants or the Roman Catholics have good Trinitarian models because they don't even have the triad. And they don't have the triad because you don't just have the triad as an abstract doctrine in your head. It's not a doctrine that you have separate from the doctrine of the energies. There is no Trinity without energies doctrine. But the weird part about Shamoun is that Shamoun seems to think that you can have theophanies, but he doesn't even know about the energies. The only way to have theophanies is to have the energetic manifestation of those theophanies. But I don't think he even knows that, and I'm going to show you the evidence that he doesn't even seem to know that. So here's the horrible thing that I did. Apparently, if you message him while he's doing a live stream, which I wasn't aware of this, I don't spend all my time watching Sam Shamoun. I know many of you think that I do, but I don't. I've watched some of his Muslim debates, and that's about it. I dared to message him while he was streaming and said, hey, let's set up a friendly debate where we have timed responses. That's the horrible demonic thing I did. So apparently, if you ask Sam Shamoun a question while he's trying to live stream, you're of the devil. I didn't realize this. I didn't know that that's what counts as demonic manifestation. Now, I've always thought it was a little odd that he always calls anyone who disagrees manifesting. I mean, people who have the vices or who lose their temper, they're not all possessed, and they're not all demonic manifestations. This is just bizarre. But some of you might be wondering, well, why did you continue on being friends with Sam Shamoun for so long? Well, I wanted to make Sam Shamoun orthodox. I want him to become orthodox, as is the case with everybody that we interact with, talk to, debate with. And so I was always respectful. And I think everybody can attest to the fact that at no point in the last 7 years of knowing Sam Shamoun can anyone point out any time where I ever said anything negative at all or critical. Nothing but respect for Sam Shamoun throughout those entire years. So it was a very bizarre response because, number one, if you're doing a live stream, don't pay attention to Skype messages. Like, so all you have to do is just pay attention to the live stream. There's no reason to get mad over somebody DMing you while you're live streaming. And why would that make anyone who DMs you demonic? It's just bizarre. And nothing in the messages was out of the norm. Every time I've ever messaged Shamoun or said anything, it's just direct, straightforward, no BS, no dancing around, just straight up. Hey, I disagree with your take on Protestant and Roman Catholic Trinity models because you can't have this doctrine without the energies. Well, again, that was just way over the top. So you'll see here live, this is what was happening.
Actually, he just contacted me on Skype. So you guys think he doesn't? Here. Okay, see? This is what happened. See, this is what you did, Jay? You can't control yourself? Now I'm going to, because they're not here. Here you go.
I can't control myself. So just DMing this guy, I can't control myself. I'm springing out. I'm demonically possessed.
Right here. I guess he needs attention, and his fangirls are foaming at the mouth. I think
he thinks that I need the attention when, again, I brought him on the Alex Jones show. Now, he's actually going to make a reference to that later and say that I'm crazy conspiracy theorist when he went on the Alex Jones show. So that would mean he's also an insane loon conspiracy theorist for coming on the show that I invited him on.
Live here. Here it is, guys. Let me show you. Right now, as I'm going live, I don't know what's going on. He wants to debate William and I. Here, let me call him. Let me see. Right here.
Does this look like demonic manifestation?
Right.
And the other messages say we can even do it in a friendly timed response way. Like there's nothing. It's the same kind of reaction with Calvin Robinson. Now, part of the reason that this happened too is that I talked for months with Sam about how to set up the right round table. And they think that because no one wants to interact or have anything to do with William Albrecht or Sam Shamoun, by the way. I didn't tell him this because I don't want to hurt his feelings, but the other reason the other people don't want to interact with Albrecht is that they don't want to interact with Sam Shamoun. And that's all the people in my circles. So no one else wanted to come on this round table And so I was trying to figure out ways to set up the round table where we could have me do a presentation and then separately Albrecht do a presentation. Well, I suggested that 3 or 4 times, and I guess that wasn't good enough. Because no one wanted to interact with Albrecht, because Albrecht is a shady character. That's why. And because they don't like Sam Shamoun. So, but I didn't tell him any of that. I just left all that out and tried to organize it. By the way, I organized the Fresh and Fit thing to bring him on. So I don't know, what was a vast conspiracy for me all these years to get him, help him out with nice interviews, big spots, and what it was all to go after him because I'm demonically possessed. I mean, it's just insane. It's like, I disagreed with your take that Protestants and Roman Catholic apologists in the pop sphere, like Aiken or any of those people, that any of them have very good takes on the Trinity. And so I asked simply for a timed response debate on my channel. Now, I'm going to play a clip in a minute ago where he lost his mind tonight and said some really insane stuff, which makes me worried about him. And you're going to see that he doesn't even seem to be aware of the introduced doctrine, which is odd because he's out here teaching the Trinity, debating all these topics, and then he plays the victim on his stream and says that you don't ask a person who's new to all this to come to debate. Well, then why are you teaching? If you're new to all this, you ought to be being catechized. But this is a problem we're going to get to with Shamoun here in a second. I've got 5 main issues with what the problem is with Sam Shamoun, and it's probably not what you think. I'm not going to go after him on a personal level. I don't do that. That's the kind of stuff that people who don't really have anything solid to stand on, that's what they go after. I'm going to point out what I think is the actual issue here. And it really has nothing to do with intellect or doctrines or dogmas or anything like that. It has to do with being willing to go into the catechumenate. That's the problem. And I think he's pretty much expressed that he would rather go to a Catholic church because, quote, they give him communion. Well, that doesn't prove that it's the true church, because they will give you the communion. His other arguments for why he's Catholic are things like miraculous meetings of other Roman Catholics or something. I don't know how that proves Roman Catholicism. I mean, if I met a bunch of, Satanists in the next week, would that miraculously, providentially mean that I'm supposed to join the Church of Satan? It's just it's a bad series of almost charismatic level stuff. And we're actually going to see that I think there is an element of charismatic influence and delusion that's going on with Shamoun, which is also part of the problem when we look at his bizarre idea that dust particles that fly across his camera are miraculous presences and appearances. Which, yes, he actually believes that. And now people are saying running from the debate. Now, you say I offered multiple times for them to come and do a timed debate, and they said, no, you come to William's channel right now. Well, I was on a podcast earlier tonight, as you can see, with, quite frankly, I didn't have time to go to William's channel. But I've spent months and years in the past trying to debate and set up debates with William Albrecht. And so if they're not willing to accept a debate where there's timed responses, what's the point? And what's the point of debating a person who himself can't debate or defend his positions? He's got to bring in his handler. But I told him he can come debate too. But they don't want that. Now, let me show you what I'm talking about. So here's the rest of what he says.
Dude that I've tried to respect, he's now barking and manifesting.
Barking and manifesting. Asking you to come have this discussion. So that's barking and manifesting. So you notice that anyone who disagrees, this guy thinks is demonically possessed. Now, he may actually believe this, and what that suggests to me is like there's something going on. Like he actually thinks that everything that's happening is somehow like about and directed at him. As if someone couldn't just disagree with him or even just get angry with him. If somebody gets angry with you, do you immediately assume that they're demonically possessed? It's just bizarre. I mean, it's not true, but it might be a person who has a kind of a psychosis or is dealing with certain types of bipolar issues. And I think that probably that's what's going on. I'm not saying that to humiliate him, because I'm not interested in going into this whole thing. As you're going to see, like, when I tried to reach out again tonight to set up a debate, he just went off the hook. So I don't think this is a person that you can be reasonable with. And you'll see why.
Right here. Right here, see? So don't lie for him, because he's been trying to get my attention. I'm live. I'm thinking, okay, some other time we'll do it. All right. So no, you fangirls, shots fired.
So then he got mad because he messaged me in the middle of this and he said, "Why are you sending your minions into my chat?" I've never sent minions into chats. I don't have the time or the energy, interest in doing that. That's just the way the internet works. People will come and talk smack and then strategize and tell, "All right, go get him, guys." I just put it publicly, right? So at this point, I posted the public question: why don't you guys both come and have a debate?
It's not going to be on his time, so he can simmer down.
Now, wait a minute. Shamoun always demands everyone come to his stream. And then when I offer for both of them to come to my stream, I didn't say it had to be right then. I just said, you guys want to come on. So he's making it like I demanded at the initial offer that he has to come on right now or today. I never said that. I just said, you want to set up a friendly timed response. That's all it said. I said it would be good to do it timed so that people don't talk over each other. Now he's saying, oh, he just wants attention, demanding that I do it now. There was no demand.
So don't be lying about him. He's the one who did. I don't usually call this guy out, but I guess he's getting too big for his britches. Okay. Anyway.
Right. So because he's got clips channels that have spread his clips, he thinks I'm jealous of him and I have to call him out because I don't have any other way to get attention or to get an audience. So it's not like I host a giant show or write for another giant show. No, I only can get clips by fussing with him.
Now, it's right, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Now, you're telling me this is not a demonic attack and now Satan's using him? We're focusing on Christ, glorifying Christ. He manifests. But I'm glad you exposed.
So, again, nothing else happened other than me asking him another question. I said, what are you getting mad about? I'm just asking you to set up a time debate. And now it's demonic manifestation. So it's almost like a cult leader where it's like DMing a person during a stream and he loses his mind as if this is some giant personal attack. All I said was I disagree with your take on Protestant and Roman Catholic Trinity models. That was it. That's it. But that's all it takes is you're now demonically possessed and working to undermine him when I hooked you up with a fresh and fit massive debate, but now I'm demonically possessed for daring to message you during a live stream. I mean, it's just, okay, I get it. He has a pet peeve. That I understand this now, but why don't you just assume that, like, maybe not everybody knows that that's your pet peeve, right? To get messaged during a live stream. I get messages all the time. I don't get mad about it and cuss the people out because they message me. How dare you, you demon! Satan sent you to message me during a live stream.
Yourself. Because now shots are fired. Okay, now, and you guys note, I didn't shoot, right? I didn't fire shots. Okay, but that's good. Now, for the rest of you, if you're listening, because Satan wants us to be distracted. Don't be distracted. No, his fangirls came manifesting. I blocked them. Because I guess he's live calling out William. Don't be...
He's lied calling out William. How is calling out William to debate a lie? That doesn't even make any sense.
Be distracted. Focus, because in the midst of my stream to call us out. Yeah, we're going to drop everything, Jay. We're going to drop you in a minute.
I didn't say anything about leaving your stream to debate me. I just asked you if you'd like to set it up. So this is not true. He's acting like I demanded that he stop his stream and come debate me. It was a simple message to set up this debate or this discussion, which is the same message I sent tonight. and you'll see how he reacted.
When we set it up. Don't worry about it.
And by the way, the reason that he's acting this way is because he doesn't want this debate. He wants to poison the well and be so nasty that I won't debate, so that he will say that I'm a coward, when if he was actually disinterested in the truth, why wouldn't he just have this discussion anyway? Why wouldn't he come and have the discussion with timed responses? There was no need for all of this. But one of the reasons that this kind of person does this is that it's a way to not have the debate by being so nasty and then accuse the people who don't want to interact with you as if they're totally scared. Now you might say, oh, but Jay, you make jokes about people. You do this, you do that. When I operate on asking people to come to a debate, it's always professional. I just simply send very brief, very clear, precise messages. Would you like to set up a debate on this? And everybody knows this. I've been doing it for years. There's no screaming. There's no meltdowns. There's no crying. There's none of this. That happens in informal debates where it's open forum where people call in to challenge me. That's different from a formal debate setting where you have timed responses.
Right? Not on your time. Take it easy. But you see here, it says on his robe and on his...
There was nothing about that he has to do it on my time. It was just an asking him to come and do it. He could do it a week from now.
He has a name inscribed, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. So you're saying Jesus manifested by coming and disrupting a service that's about Jesus Christ and glorifying him? That's what Satan, your father, does. Manifest to distract, you stupid whore. See, the demons are...
So, because someone asked him to debate in a DM, the demons are sending people and everyone's a stupid whore. It literally makes no sense at all.
Manifesting. Okay, now everyone else getting it? Everyone listening? Everyone listening? I need you to focus. Get rid of these trolls. Now, I don't want you to get distracted. Do you guys see demonic? I'm in the midst of a session and the guy manifests. Good. I'm glad God exposed you. It's time to take you out. 1 Corinthians 6, 2-3.
So this is his attitude when someone DMs him, because it's a live stream, it's demonic manifestation, and it's time for him to take them out. I mean, this is just literally insane. This is like a mentally unstable person. I don't like, where did I ever say anything negative, critical at all, rude, or anything? But I mean, I was always completely respectful to him. And he doesn't have any evidence of any of that, by the way. Like, there's no me talking smack, me even being rude, critical of him at all. All he has is that I told him that no one wants to interact with William Albrecht, and he thinks that's a gotcha, that people are scared of Albrecht.
He's barking again, dude. Hey, Jay, your boys came to my live stream calling me out. So I'm thinking you're sending them. I'm trying to keep love with you and work with you, buddy. Tell them to...
So, again, this weird paranoia that I'm sending people to his live stream chat. Like, first of all, you have to join his channel and wait 5 hours to chat anyway. Like, you can't just join the channel and chat. So, I don't know where he's... I mean, this is just bizarre, right? It's weird. It doesn't make any sense.
Stop. Go to my comment section. They're calling him out as if I'm afraid. Come on, Jay. Keep it real between us. I got your back, dude. Come on. All right, anyway. Isaiah. I know you don't have to. They're coming because they're hearing you mention it because they didn't hear it on my stream. So tell them, stop being used of the devil, bro. Anyway, got to get back to the stream. Love you. Take care.
So I'm demonically possessed. I'm an agent of the devil. He thinks I'm sending people to a stream. And then he's like, love you, bro.
Anyway, see, the Lord God... See? So he did. Shots fired, right? It's manifesting. Okay, good. That's all right.
Right. So what I took issue with was in the stream, he says, that the Protestants are killing it on the Trinity because they go to the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament. And I understand that he was saying that they're doing better in that domain than the Roman Catholic apologists who don't want to talk about the Trinity in the Old Testament because they have a pretty bad theology. But that wasn't what I was taking issue with. I'm taking issue with the idea that either the Protestant or the Roman Catholic Trinitarian model are correct. I believe they're both wrong, and I think that you can demonstrate that not just in terms of the monarchia and how that's central to Orthodox Trinitarian theology, especially from Constantinople I and the Cappadocians, but also the energies doctrine, which is concomitant with that monarchical Trinitarian doctrine of the Cappadocians. That's why the Eastern Fathers and the Eastern Councils dogmatized the energies doctrine. But he doesn't even know that the energies doctrine is in the New Testament, as I'm going to show you when he starts, as he says, barking about the energies doctrine itself.
We're going to call him out too, don't worry. You with me there? That's why his fangirls are manifesting. I feel bad for you Orthodox brothers and sisters, seriously.
So, if you're Orthodox, you're just my fangirl, even though, how does he know that the profiles asking him to debate are necessarily Orthodox? Maybe they're a bunch of Roman Catholics. Maybe they're Wagner's fans. Maybe they're Protestants who want to see this kind of a debate. He just assumes that people in the chat are asking him to debate are demonically possessed Orthodox people.
Orthodox Church is a glorious church, but when you got people like this representing you, it's sad. It really is.
So now, because someone dared to take issue with his bizarre idea that Roman Catholics, Orthodox, and Protestants all have good Trinitarian theology, which doesn't make any sense, by the way, which is going to be the root of his chief mistake, the idea that there's a apostolic church that exists amongst a bunch of sects and different schisms is complete nonsense and doesn't exist. There is no apostolic church that isn't a specific apostolic church. So that we'll get to in a moment, but we'll finish this.
I'm being honest with you. It's like what Apostate Prophet said to Luigi. If you're to judge orthodoxy by you guys online, he would never become Orthodox.
Shamoun critiqued David Wood because he said that you can't make your Christianity anti-Islam, right? And we saw this with David Wood, with Christian Prince. Christian Prince was this goofball who doesn't know anything about church history. He's never heard of Athanasius. He didn't know who Athanasius was. But the extent of his Christianity and his catechesis was just anti-Islam. And you've got a lot of people, very low tier, very low information voters who don't know church history. They don't know actual theology. They think that theology is being anti-Islam. And so they convert to Jesus, and that's step one. That's good. But there's no Jesus ultimately without the church. Jesus set up a church, not 3,000 different conflicting ones, and not 5 different rival, quote, apostolic ones like he thinks. And the amazing thing is that he even admits over and over in his streams that the reason he's not Orthodox is precisely that he would have to start over and be catechized. And because the Roman Catholics give him communion. But that doesn't show that it's true just because they give you communion. That's a terrible argument and justification. And other sort of emotive reasons that are not good reasons, which again, I think goes back to this almost charismatic influence that we see with Sam Shamoun. I'm just over here manifesting, dog. I'm just manifesting, dog. Can't stop manifesting. So again, the problem is that he's not catechized. Okay, so he just learned about apostolic succession and the post-apostolic fathers not too long ago, right? He was doing a commentary on the stream that Trent Horn did. Trent Horn talked about the apostolic fathers in his debate and showed that they teach apostolic succession. So when Shamoun reviews that, he says, this is blowing my mind. This is blowing my mind. So you didn't know that the apostolic fathers have apostolic succession? I mean, this is like basics, right? So you got a person who learned a lot of the Bible as a Protestant and learned a lot of Islamic arguments as a Protestant and was a very proficient, even as a Calvinist, debater against Islam. But Christianity is not Calvinism, it's not Protestantism, and it's not your made-up church of apostolic that exists amongst a bunch of sects and splits and schisms. And he even defends Marmari, who created his own denomination. It doesn't make any sense. So why is this? He doesn't know anything about the divine energies. He doesn't know anything about Christology. He doesn't know anything about the patristic teaching and the ecumenical council's teachings. And so he's wandered into papism because he thinks that that's going to make it easy for him and it's going to give him a broader reach amongst the so-called Christian YouTube audience or whatever. Well, you can make that decision if you want, but the problem is that the papacy itself is a spiritual delusion. And I'm going to show you that. We're going to look at William Albrecht's terrible argumentation about the papacy, how low tier it is. But again, the key point is that Sam Shamoun has no teaching blessing. No one becomes a teacher that's self-appointed. It doesn't exist. In fact, even in the Roman Catholic world, it's not really supposed to exist. I mean, in today's Roman Catholic world, nobody cares about it. They can do whatever they want. But you cannot be a self-appointed teacher. You have to be called to teach or given a blessing to teach. And this is a basic principle. Hebrews 5, as you guys know. For every high priest taken from among men is appointed for men in things that pertain to God. He may offer both sacrifices, gifts and sacrifices for sins. He can have compassion on those who are ignorant and go astray, because he himself is also subject to weaknesses. But because of this, he is required, as for the people, so as for himself, to offer sacrifices for sins. No one takes this honor of priesthood and teaching, etc., on themselves, but they are called to it. What bishop, priest, or authority has actually called Sam Shamoun to his parachurch ministry? Now, I don't personally have a big deal with people debating or this or that. The problem is that Sam Shamoun presents himself as having this ministry, right? And it doesn't matter that you defeat Muslims in a debate. That's not what makes the ministry valid. The question is, who appointed you to have ministry? Who appointed you to have that? You have to be under some authority. But nobody knows what priest, bishop, or what blessing from the episcopacy was given to Sam Shamoun to have a public ministry. It's just self-appointed, like many of the online YouTube crowd. Just like Christian Prince, who has no church, who has no blessing, Sam Shamoun's church is the one that he's invented in his head that is, quote, apostolic, meaning Oriental, Assyrian Church of the East, Roman Catholic, and Orthodox, and apparently also many Protestants that he just happens to like that week. They're all somehow part of the Apostolic Church. But if you go back to the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed, when the Cappadocians who wrote the creed and compiled that creed put one Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church, what do you think they meant? Do you think that when they wrote that, they meant the Novatianists? Did they mean the schismatics of that time? Did they mean the Eunomians? They meant that there is one canonical, visible church structure, and that one Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church is the only one. And the Church Fathers unanimously clearly teach that any heresy or schism is a leaving of that body. There are no schisms in a literal sense, in the sense of two churches out of communion, right? Excommunicating one another, that are still the church. It doesn't exist. And so because he doesn't understand Christology, he has a Nestorian ecclesiology where Christ exists amongst divided, excommunicated, 1,000+ year splits. Is Christ divided? Paul says. So Sam Shamoun has a Calvinist invisible church ecclesiology still. He's an ecclesiological heretic. That's the main problem right here. Because for him to admit that there is a single canonical church that he would be under the authority of would mean that he'd have to be recatechized. And he just simply doesn't want to do that. So it is at root a pride issue. And I'm going to tell you that you shouldn't listen to him. Not because he's wrong about Islam or something like that, but he's just a self-appointed guy who claims to have sort of miraculous, weird, I don't even know what it is, like miracles happen that confirm his, quote, ministry. What are the miracles and things that he claims prove his ministry? Dust flying across his screen, what he calls orbs.
Bless our brother, preserve him and his family, and heal their hearts in Jesus' name. Phenomenal. Watch it. He answered the way I would. Now,
the funny thing is that I didn't even see a dust orb in that video. But again, he thinks that dust orbs, he's not joking, by the way. This is actually on his channel, and he's got multiple orb videos. Let's see another one. Wow, this orb is incredible. So a dust particle flies by. He thinks that angels are flying around in his dirty ass kitchen, right? With his Dunkin' Donuts nasty ass. Like, the reason that you have health issues is your diet, dude. All your Dunkin' Donuts garbage food you got in there, and your cereal boxes or whatever garbage you're eating. That's why you have diet issues, bro. It's not doing cardio. But he's too boomer. He doesn't even know about diets. He thinks doing cardio is what makes you thin. No, dude, it's none of that. Oh, look, another orb. This is a winged orb, according to Sam Shamoun.
Okay. I'll be the bad cop. Okay.
So, winged orb. Yeah, a piece of dust or a reflection.
Okay, everyone.
Yeah, maybe that dirty-ass apartment just needs to be cleaned up, bro. Maybe you need to vacuum that dirty-ass apartment. What's more likely, that there's angels flying around that nasty kitchen, or he just needs to vacuum? What's more likely? These aren't jokes either way. Like, he actually thinks. Here's his fan base. I saw one of them live. I saw one of them orbs live when you was at that hotel. God is surely with you. Here, look at this chick. Presence of angels. The veil is thin. We're almost home. So, yeah, this is what we're talking about here. Orbs, miraculous dust orbs that prove the ministry of Sam Shamoun.
All right, anyway. He's manifesting because I guess he wants our numbers and our fame. All right,
yes,
now, you
right,
listening?
Yeah, I don't have Sam Shamoun fame. I'm jealous. Later on, he'll say that I wrote a conspiracy book because I don't have enough money. I don't write books for money, dude. Like, the books don't make any money.
Yeah, see? So there you go. So you made a community post, you see? See that, Ortho Christos? There you go. You guys, man, you do a lot of damage to the church. Okay, now, another one.
What church, Sam? Would that be the Assyrian Church of the East? Would that be the Anglican sect? Would that be the Roman Catholic Communion? Would that be the Coptic, the Tawahida? What is the church? So you see, the whole point is that he doesn't have the church. He's missed the very thing that, 3 weeks ago when he talked about the Trent Horn, like he just learned that the Post-Apostolic Fathers teach apostolic succession, or that he had never seen these quotes before. So what are you going to do when you get to the energies in the Sixth Council, when you learn that?
Let's hammer this. Isaiah 40, verse 10. See, the Lord God comes with might, and his arm rules for him. So he can't stop, guys. Look, he can't stop. He's got to chime in. See, because he wants to be used of the devil. You see, guys, watch. Can't stop. And I know he's listening.
I want to be used of the devil. The only reason I would contact you is because I want to be used of the devil. Like, what?
Because he wants to be used of the devil. Look, right.
This is crazy.
No, Jay, you're not manifesting.
I mean, look at this guy. I asked him in the comments, I was like, what do you mean I'm manifesting? I was like, because I asked you a question?
Yeah, keep manifesting, dude. I know I'm in your head. Take it easy, buddy. Take it easy. I know I own you. Just take it easy.
Yeah.
In time, I'll do to you what I did on your Discord with the canon. Patience.
You didn't do anything on the canon. You actually believed the position that I argued now. So he's referring to this Discord argument we had about the canon, which is ironic because he now believes the position I was arguing for. He doesn't believe the Protestant position on the canon. So he thinks that he won this stupid argument from 7 years ago, that he now believes the opposite of the thing I was arguing. He was arguing the Protestant canon. I was arguing the Orthodox canon. He now believes the Catholic Orthodox canon. So this is nonsense.
Patience. All right. Anyway.
This is actually, I think this is literally an insane person. I actually think he's just literally just nuts. And the reason I say that, it's not because I'm mad or that I, like, when I play you what he says about the energies, it makes no sense. Because he argued for the Theophanies against Wagner and the Thomists. And then he's going to make fun of the energies? It's like he doesn't even know that the only way to have the Theophanies is the energy doctrine. It's weird.
Yep. Like,
so I think that there's like something off with this guy. Like, he's off. He doesn't even see that 7 years ago you were arguing the Protestant canon. I was arguing the Orthodox Catholic canon. You now have that position. How did you defeat me in that Discord debate? It's stupid.
the radical Thomists. Okay. See, the Lord God comes with might. And here we go, guys. Yeah, I'm manifesting, guys. Look. There you go. See? Every time. See? Tell me things not working, brother. I'm on a live. Here you go, Jay. Here, you want here?
Here's the demonic possession. I'm always straight up. I'm manifesting. I'm asking you to debate. And I said, we're done, dude. I mean, that's just insane.
All right. Brother, I love you, Jay. I love you. Jay, swear I love you. I love you, man.
So notice this performative nonsense. Does he even... It's like there's two different Sam Shamouns, right? There's like this Sam Shamoun that loves you and is patient and kind and nice with you. And then suddenly there's this like one that's screaming and cussing and like calling you this and that. And again, the issue is that you can't actually overcome a lot of these issues without the aid of the grace that's uncreated in the Orthodox Church. So the sad part is that the very thing that he is mocking, I'm going to show you where he starts mocking the divine energies. That's the very thing that would heal him and that he needs. But that's the thing that he's going to mock, which is really weird and bizarre.
Because of the post you posted, brother, I love you, man. I swear. I do love you. You posted that post because you misunderstood.
So I'm demonically possessed. I'm like totally jealous of him. Never said anything bad about him ever. All I did was ask him to set up a public debate, which, by the way, we've already been talking about doing, right? Setting up something with me, him, and Albrecht and other people for months. And I'm the worst. Oh, but I love you, and you're really great. And by the way, been respectful for you, blah, blah, blah. It's just, it doesn't make any sense.
What I said. You won't stop texting me, brother. I'm in a live stream. And
you don't have to answer your phone on a live stream. Nobody's forcing you to debate or answer your phone on a live stream. So this radical swing between, as you can see here, between I love you, bro, you're the great, yeah, blah, 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 we've been great friends, blah, blah, to just pure hatred, that's bipolar. That's a manic bipolar.
then the guys are coming here and saying, when are you going to debate Jay? For the love of our God. Jay, let me finish, brother. Let me finish what I'm doing. I know you're listening. Let me get to my stuff. Let me get a hold of William, because you guys are the experts on.
So somebody's saying that Sam Shamoun has talked about his mental health issues. I wasn't even aware of this, so I don't know what, this is new to me. What exactly does he say? I don't even know. What are his issues? Somebody that actually knows, can you enlighten me? Because that would actually make things a lot more sensible. I would, like, if he does have actual bipolar issues and medicine that he takes, maybe that would make more sense. I would understand
these issues. I'm going to be learning as we go on. Please be patient, brother. I love you, I swear. I'll even go to Turkey and get a hair transplant if it'll make you happy, so I don't look as fat and ugly, and I don't have a gay lisp like.
I mean, I've never commented on his appearance or said anything negative about him, but you notice that he immediately starts talking about this like there's some sort of rivalry or envy, like because I have hair or something. I don't know what he, like, maybe bald people are just typically rage induced. Like they're mad at the people that have hair. Like, who even cares, dude? I don't care whether you got hair or whether you're bald. It doesn't matter to me. But he's brought this up a lot, and I've always just took it like maybe he's joking, but maybe he actually like has a thing, like he feels intimidated because people have hair. I don't know.
Jamila White, and I promise you I won't wear Cosby sweaters. I promise you. But let me finish, please. Let me finish, brother.
Nobody's making you look at your phone. Like, all you got to do is like turn your screen off or put the phone in the other room. Like, what are you talking about?
Let me finish. Let me finish, please. He's done broke me, man. He done broke me, man. Bro, he done broke me, man. He break me, man. By the way, is Avery live? He break me, man. All right. He break me, man. I don't know what the hell's going on. Guys, what's going on this Lent season, bro? What is going on? Do you see the attacks? Damn. Can I get a break?
It's all right. So that's enough of that. I don't even know what is he talking about attacks? Like asking you to come have a debate in a timed way. It's not an attack. So it's just weird, man. Bizarre. Now I want to go over to this because this was... So later on tonight, after all this, I sent him another message that was not rude. It was just straight up like, do you want to come on and set this up? And here's his response.
Who's having a meltdown? Keep foaming, dude. We're going to call you out. We're going to get you. Don't worry about it. Down, girl. Get some more energies. Maybe it'll help you.
Get more energies. Maybe they'll help you. It's like he doesn't even...
You stupid bastard. Like I said, thanks for the receipt, queer bait. I'm going to show them who ran from oil. Down, girl. Caleb. Who's having a meltdown? Keep foaming, dude. We're going to call you out. We're going to get you. Don't worry about it. Down, girl. Get some more energies. Maybe it'll help you.
Get more energies.
You stupid bastard. Like I said, thanks for the receipt, queer bait. I'm going to show them who ran from William.
Down, girl. Caleb.
Who's having a meltdown? Keep foaming, dude. We're going to call...
So there you go. So the energies he thinks are just something that you make fun of. It's like a joke. Maybe your divine energies will help you out. Does he not know that this is fundamental to the New Testament, the doctrine of the divine energies? And for those who are serious about this stuff, you could read an excellent book on that, which is Dr. David Bradshaw's book, Divine Energies and Divine Action. And he has a great section where he talks about that the energies doctrine is essentially something that comes from Scripture. It's not invented by the Cappadocians. It's not invented by Palamas. It's not invented by Maximus the Confessor. The doctrine of the energies is literally the Pauline New Testament terminology, energeia, energenon, for how God is at work in us and what we partake of, right? And he thinks it's something to laugh at. It doesn't make any sense, which makes me think that there's some sort of like bipolar manic sort of episode, which was triggered because I initially asked him in DM to do a debate. That made him upset. And then when he started saying that I was demonically possessed and all this weird stuff, then I said it publicly on the community post. So as you can see, energeia is the working, the efficiency, the superhuman power of God in time and space in us, whether it's Ephesians 3:7, Colossians 2:12, Colossians 1:29, Ephesians 1:19, Ephesians 4:16, Philippians 3:21, 2 Thessalonians 2:9, 2 Thessalonians 2:11, and there are other derivations of the word too. So there's also dunamis, or power, and dunamis is also an equally important New Testament terminology use that is basically synonymous with the orthodox doctrine of the uncreated energies of God. Now, he doesn't know the church fathers at all, other than quote mining. So he's not even aware that Basil's letter 234 is a classic text outlining what the patristic doctrine of the energies is. This is, again, everybody should know this if you're Orthodox. Let me make it bigger. So he thinks it's funny. He thinks that you just laugh at it. It's like the energies doctrine is a joke or something. And ha ha ha, get your energies to come help you. Queer bait, right? That's what he says to me. Which, by the way, I'm married. So is he married? Calling me queer? I don't understand. Do you worship what you know or what you don't know? If I say that I worship what I know, they immediately say, what is the essence, the object of worship? This is talking about the Eunomians. The Eunomians thought that you could know and see and perceive and define the divine essence. I confess that I'm ignorant of the essence. They turn to me and they say, so you worship what you don't know? I answer that the word to know has many meanings. You heard me say this a lot. We say that we know the greatness of God, his wisdom, his power, his goodness, his providence, and the justness of his judgment, but not his essence. The question, therefore, only put forth for the sake of dispute, right, is that we do not know the essence, but the operations come down to us. And that's the point of Basil's apologetic here. These operations or attributes or energies, and when Basil writes this, the term he uses is energeia, the energies. He says the energeia come down to us. And those are the attributes or the operations, right? And in fact, he even rebukes what you hear the Roman Catholics and the Thomists teach. Are all of these terms just names of essence? Basil says that would be a reductio. Is there the same mutual force in his loving kindness and his justice and his creative power, that they're all just names of essence? For they confess that there's a distinction between the essence and one of the attributes enumerated. The operations are various. He says that even the Eunomians confess there's a distinction between the essence and the attributes. The operations are various, but the essence is simple. Operations is energeia. We know God from his energies, but we do not partake to approach near his essence. There you go. And what does Sam Shamoun think about the energies?
Keep foaming, dude. We're going to call you out.
So the divine energies of fundamental New Testament doctrine, what does he think?
We're going to get you. Don't worry about it. Down, girl. Get some more energies. Maybe it'll help you.
Get more energies. Maybe they'll help you. All right. So, final point then with him is just simply that for him, there's no apostolic church in reality. There's a invisible Calvinist invisible church that exists amongst all the ones that he calls apostolic. That so-called apostolic church has no unified teaching on Christology, the energies, or any of the other crucial doctrines of the first 1,000 years of Christianity. In fact, in his mind, you could go to an Anglican church that doesn't believe in energies and uncreated grace. He could go to a Monophysite church that says something totally different. And you go to an Orthodox church, they're all the church. But there is no such thing as his made-up church. Number two, his position doesn't make any sense if he's going to mock and make fun of energies, when this was his whole point about rejecting the Thomists. The Thomists were arguing that the angel of the Lord has to be a created hologram or a created being, an angel. And so he saw the theophanies. Okay, but you don't have theophanies without the essence energy distinction. He doesn't even know this. So this is a person who doesn't know any Orthodox theology. He's not catechized. He has no teaching, no authority, no blessing. So he's basically just still a Protestant is the issue. And if you come to Orthodoxy, one of the things you have to learn is that it takes many years to get healed from Protestantism and Calvinism. And of course, he comes out of a Calvinist background. So there's no true church in his position. He has an Nestorian invisible church ecclesiology. There's no consistent, coherent doctrine of theophanies because he says that the energies are something to make fun of, which he doesn't understand is the only way to have theophanies. There's no bishop or authority above him that keeps him in check or calls him out or has given him a blessing to have a, quote, ministry. Okay, I'm not talking about debating. He himself says it's a ministry. And so he's still not catechized properly as an Orthodox person. He went directly from anti-Islam to now I'm suddenly made up Catholic Church apologist ministry online. So he's in the same position as James White of self-appointed public teacher with no authority or oversight. And 5, he has bad reasons for remaining a Roman Catholic. They're all personal, subjective reasons that he feels there's orbs that are surrounding him, and that's telling him this and that. And he has miraculous meetings with Roman Catholics telling him that he needs to be Roman Catholic, and he feels this and that. Those are not good reasons. Well, I can have communion at the Catholic Church, and the Orthodox won't give it to me. Well, maybe you need to be catechized and start the process. But that would require humility and abjuration of errors. And so you understand that what's the root issue here? The root issue is that you can't make up your own online church. You have to be under authority, and you have to go through the process of being healed and have a change in your noetic faculties to be opened up to this new theology, which is only had through the sacraments. And you cannot keep hatred and anger from your Calvinist days as your modus operandi of the Orthodox Church. Doesn't mean you can't debate people, but the erratic, weird manifestations display some kind of healing that's needed. And that can only happen through having a spiritual father that holds you in check and the sacraments in the Orthodox Church. That's it. And this is why Roman Catholicism doesn't provide this healing. Roman Catholicism doesn't even have a nous doctrine. They don't believe in the heart. There's just the intellect and the body. So he's unknowingly gone into a thing that, ironically, is the very opposite of the theology that he's been arguing for the last however many decades or years. He doesn't even understand that Roman Catholic dogma, and he thinks this because he's listening to an idiot. he thinks that when Albrecht tells him he doesn't have to believe this or he can twist this and interpret it in some other way, no, you don't understand. And I've sent him the issues about your attitude in Roman Catholicism, that you have to submit to the magisterium. Magisterium is not what you think it is. So they're all going to be Protestants, him and Albrecht, when they go into reading the magisterial texts and say, well, I don't have to accept that. I don't have to do this because I've already been down this road. I've done the Roman Catholic thing. I know how it works. I know all of this Roman Catholic nonsense inside and out. The church regards with esteem the Muslims. Does that sound like Sam Shamoun? They adore the one God. Adoration in Catholic theology, he doesn't even know this, is a term of worship. The one God that lives and subsists in himself, merciful and all-powerful, the creator of heaven and earth. So notice that the very thing that he's argued all these years, that Islam is, Allah is the devil. Allah is Baal. Allah is Baal, the demon god. Sam Shamoun has said this 1,000,000 times. Now he's putting himself under the authority, supposedly, of a church that officially and dogmatically teaches that Muslims and Christians adore the same one true God. In fact, Muslims take pains to submit to God in his decrees, just like Abraham did. So Muslims have the faith of Abraham, according to Nostra Aetate 3. He doesn't know the Roman Catholic dogmatic magisterium. He hasn't read Vatican II. He hasn't read the Council of Trent. He hasn't read Denzinger. He doesn't know any of this stuff. And I've been trying to tell him for a few years now, warning him about this. Doesn't care. He would rather yell at Muslims on the internet than actually learn what the Roman Catholic positions actually are, and then fall back on Albrecht, who literally looks like a gay leather daddy biker guy. I mean, you can't make this up. I mean, look at this dude. He looks like a biker daddy, right? Like leather daddy. There's a certain picture I was looking for. He did a live stream recently where they used like an AI picture, which I think he thought it looked really cool. But it actually looks like a leather daddy. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Oh, I don't see it, but he should be like the pastor of like a biker church or something. You know what I mean? That's his vibe. And look, we know Albrecht doesn't know anything about philosophy, doesn't know anything about metaphysics. All he does is bark about, I'm using their terminology, bark, bark, bark. All he does is bark about church history and the papacy and what, Mary? That's like the only things he talks about. So we're going to get into some of this defending the papacy with our favorite over here. Is this Loft Dog? With our favorite Loft Dog. But before we do that, I want to remind you that it's not just Nostra Aetate that talks about this relationship. It's also Lumen Gentium 16. So both of these texts are dogmatic, official Vatican II teachings. And if you're wondering why the manifestations that you're seeing, the real manifesting, is because you can't accept these contradictory positions and not go insane. Roman Catholics, I literally believe they actually go insane the more that they know and understand and are exposed to what the papal teaching and position actually is. And it says here, the plan of salvation also includes those that acknowledge the Creator, the first of whom are the Muslims, who profess to hold the faith of Abraham, and along with us, adore the one and merciful God. Now notice in the Nostra Aetate text, it said that they do submit to God's decree, just like Abraham. Because Roman Catholics say, well, it doesn't say they have it. It says they profess to have it. No, in Roman Catholic theology, adoration is a worship term. So Muslims worship the one true God, and that's all premised on natural theology in the Roman Catholic Church. Roman Catholic Church has dogmatized here, for example, this generic theism of an Old Testament Unitarian God. That's how they came to this conclusion. This is how the papacy has built an Abrahamic faith center in Abu Dhabi, which is already opened, where Islam, Judaism, and Christianity all can gather in terms of human fraternity in Abu Dhabi to honor the one living God, the very thing that Nostra Aetate 3 and Lumen Gentium 16 say. Now, if this doesn't tell you that this church no longer professes the Trinitarian theology of the first 1,000 years of Christianity and the Old and New Testaments, there's really nothing else that would convince you of the problem in Rome. And it's not just, well, that doesn't count, it's not dogma. No, actually, Vatican II is dogma. You know that any Catholic church that you go to in the world, you are expected to believe Vatican II. There's no Roman Catholic churches that will tell you Vatican II is optional. In fact, the Catholic Catechism, the Catechism of the Catholic Church, is filled with citations from Vatican II. Why would that be optional? On what basis is it optional? It's not optional. You don't have an option to believe it or not. In fact, there are 5 places in Catholic dogma that tell you not only do you have to believe the ex cathedra statements, you also have to believe all the things that are normative ordinary teaching in the church. And even if you think it's wrong, even if it's not, quote, infallible, you're supposed to submit to it with docility. That's canon law in the Roman Catholic Church. But this is exactly why these people's Pope, including Sam Shamoun's new spiritual leader, goes and prays towards Mecca in the mosques. And not just crazy Frank, Benedict XVI, the so-called trad, did the exact same thing. So imagine trying to convince people for however many decades of how bad Islam is. And then you're going into an entity whose infallible divine charism head goes and prays in mosque towards Mecca and builds giant Abu Dhabi multi-faith centers based around the premise that Muslims, Jews, and Christians all worship the same generic God. There's a reason why the Catholic apologists suck at defending the Trinity. It's not just because of their ignorance. It's actually because they're being consistent with your dogma. So there's not really a need for debate with these people because they're not recognizing and don't have discernment to see what is obvious departure. There's nobody in the first 1,000 years of Christianity that would do anything like this. And in fact, the ancient canons say you cannot pray in the synagogues or in the heterodox churches so-called. What does that tell you about Sam Shamoun's made-up position that all the apostolic churches are the church, when the canons of the councils say you can't go and pray in the temples of the schismatics and the heretics and in the synagogues? Now, beyond that, the ancient canons themselves from every of the 7 ecumenical councils literally contains canons that contradict Vatican I. And I'll give you this article here that shows all of the canons that contradict Vatican I. Now, the document on human fraternity, this is the document that Francis drew up that is the basis for the Abu Dhabi Multi-Faith Center. The entire document It's nothing but social justice warrior, one world religion nonsense. So this is, again, this is what these people are signing on for. This is what Albrecht and all these people are trying to convince you to join. The thing that Francis runs, which is already essentially put into law, church law, the very principles that especially Shamoun has spent decades arguing against. So there's a spiritual delusion that's at work. That's the root of this problem, you see. It's not an intellectual issue. And in fact, the Vatican itself, in their documents, when it comes to ecumenism, their documents themselves admit the very thing that the Orthodox have said the entire time. This is the Francis-approved Chieti document, and it admits right there that the Bishop of Rome did not exercise canonical authority over the churches of the East in the first millennium. There you go. That means that Vatican I's claims are not true. Do you see that? Beyond that, there was the new ecumenist doctrine, known as the Alexandria document on synodality and primacy. This admission also means that Vatican I is false. Now, none of these people know about Vatican I. This is all, Shamoun has no knowledge of this. But I'm going to say that you should go and read Vatican I in its entirety at papalencyclicals.net, because you're going to see a lot of things that most Roman Catholics don't tell you. So just like when these people talk about the Muslims and the evangelicals who convert to Islam, and then they point out that, oh, you didn't know about the Sahih Bukhari. You didn't know about the hadiths you got to believe. Or you were just told that Islam is simple. You didn't know you had to believe all this other stuff. Well, guess what? You didn't know that you had to believe unum sanctum, did you? You didn't know that you had to go into canon law in the Roman Catholic Church, which is binding on you as a layperson. Let's see what Roman Catholic canon law says about lay people and when they disagree with the papacy. Although in assent of faith, this is the Vatican II canon law. Although in assent of faith, a religious submission of intellect and will must be given to a doctrine which the Supreme Pontiff or the College of Bishops declares concerning faith or morals when they exercise the magisterium, even if they do not proclaim it a definitive act. So although it's not an assent of faith in the sense of dogma, in other words, they're saying that because the Pope might teach something that is wrong in non-magisterial cases. This is called the ordinary teaching in Catholicism. Okay, do I have to submit to the ordinary teaching in Vatican, in Roman Catholic canon law? A religious submission of intellect and will must be given to the doctrines that the Supreme Pontiff or the College of Bishops teach, even if they do not declare it a definitive act. So this destroys the lie that they all tell each other, that they only have to believe the ex cathedra statements. And I have a whole talk on this showing that that's not true. There's 5 statements in Catholic theology and dogma that tell you that you can't just believe the ex cathedra statements. You don't get to handwave Vatican II. And just like when you call out the Muslims, oh, it's not just Quran, baby. You also got to believe all of this other hadith stuff. Oh, it's not just popes ex cathedra, baby. You also got to believe all this papal nonsense, baby. Let's give you another easy example. In 1302, it was dogmatic that you had to believe in the temporal supremacy of the Roman bishop to be saved. Do you know what this refers to? That the Pope is not just a spiritual head of all the world, he's also a temporal world ruler and magistrate, a civil magistrate. And Boniface made this a dogmatic statement in 1302 that you will be damned if you don't also accept the temporal authority. Now, post-Vatican II, the Roman Catholic Church no longer teaches this. In fact, all of their documents about religious liberty, all the things that you find in Redenta, whatever, Integratio, whatever the Vatican II, Dignitatis Humanae, and the other document, right? They teach freedom of conscience, freedom of worship, all of the things that the post-Vatican or the pre-Vatican II popes had condemned. So Mirari Vos, Quanta Cura, Lamentabili San, Pacendi Dominici Gratius, those are some examples of the syllabus of errors. All the things condemned in the syllabus of errors, that's as late as Pius IX, the Pope of Vatican I. All of that is reversed at Vatican II. Prior to Vatican II, only a couple decades prior, because of the dangers of the interfaith ecumenist movement, Pius XI in 1928 wrote a famous encyclical called Mortalium Animos. And in Mortalium Animos, I'll give you the link, he outright condemns all interfaith gatherings as apostasy. There it is right there. These interfaith gatherings, according to him, are a surrendering of the faith. It is clear that the Apostolic See cannot take part on any terms in these assemblies, nor is it lawful for Catholics to support the ecumenist interfaith works, because it would give rise to a false Christianity. So you understand, it is an apostasy, according to Mortalium Animos, to have interfaith gatherings, and the papacy cannot support it on any terms. Vatican II reverses this in an outright 100% contradiction, and doesn't just make the interfaith gatherings amongst so-called Christian groups, Protestants, Anglicans, whatever. Vatican II goes even further and makes it an interreligious gathering. And that's what happens at the two Assisi gatherings, where John Paul II gets all the world religions together in a world prayer meeting. A world prayer meeting to what? To all your respective deities. So 1928 condemns all ecumenism right here. And within a few decades, suddenly ecumenism is the work of the Holy Spirit. And this is what Shamoun wants to go to. Well, what I say about a lot of the people who choose Roman Catholicism in these settings is that you get what you deserve. You get what you choose. So here is my talk from a while back. How Vatican I refutes Roman Catholicism and the papacy, right there. Here is another talk about how Vatican I and the papacy are themselves contradictions. And I'm going to give you another one about showing that Vatican II, you have to believe it. Roman Catholics lie and tell these tall tales that, oh, you don't have to actually believe Vatican II. You can hand wave it. It doesn't count, you see. Now, anything that the papacy confirms, as you just saw, for the entire church from the Apostolic Chair, you got to believe it. And really, it doesn't matter whether it's ex cathedra, whether it's universal ordinary magisterium, because you still have to submit to the ordinary teaching, even when it's not infallible, as Canon 752 says. So this is why Shamoun and Albrecht and all of these goofballs are out to lunch because they've chosen something for whatever reasons. I don't know what the reasons are. Various weird, dumb reasons. Maybe because the papal church loves Skittles now. Maybe it's a Skittles thing. I don't know. But I'm going to give you the proof that you do have to submit to Vatican II. You see this talk here? If you go to the description of this talk, you will see the links to the 5 places. Actually, there's 6 now. I put 6 in there. 6 places in Catholic dogma that you have to accept Vatican II. So you see there's no outs here. There's no way for these people. There's no place for them to run. They're not going to be able to say, oh, I don't have to accept Vatican II. Oh, I don't have to, interpret it in a rigorous way. None of that works. You don't even get to interpret Vatican II. Vatican II is what the papacy tells you it is. Now, what's the source of all this again? In 1090, when the papacy schismed from the Orthodox Church, something radical happened in the Latin West. The Pope decided that he was also, on the basis of the forgery known as the donation of Constantine, a world ruler. And not only was he a world ruler, he also made it dogmatic that in order to be saved, you must submit to and believe in his worldly temporal authority. See that? The Roman Catholic Church no longer teaches this. In fact, the Pope took off his triple crown. He doesn't wear a 3-tiered papal tiara triple crown anymore because it signified his triple authority, including his earthly Quisatz Haderach king of the world status. I'm not kidding when I say that. And if you read what Dictatus Papae initially says, the claims are preposterous. They're outlandish and ridiculous. And you don't see any of these claims in the first 1,000 years of Christianity because it's an evolution, it's a development. But Shamoun and none of these people know this, and I guarantee you Albrecht has no answer to this because he probably isn't even aware what Unum Sanctum says about the temporal supremacy of the Roman bishop. So in 1090, Pope Gregory VII mandates Dictatus Papae, that the Pope is a world ruler. By 1302, Boniface VIII dogmatizes it in Unum Sanctum, and even says that you have to believe it to be saved. Okay? In post-Vatican II, the Roman Catholic Church teaches freedom of conscience, freedom of worship, the dignity of the human being, and no one should be forced to believe this or that. The exact night and day opposite of this position. Now, there are many more contradictions in Roman Catholic dogma. I'm just giving you some of the easy basics to disprove this stuff.
You here in person.
Oh,
so
blessed.
What we're doing is talking about the...
Here we go. Carb bloat overload. Let me read some super chats. Skooma Bear, $10. I'm hype. Daniel, $5. Jay, stop manifesting. You should have said, my Lord, may you sweetie please debate me. I love you with all my heart. But Jay, you're manifesting and shit. Yeah, exactly. So basically, anyone who disagrees is possessed. I'm going to use this new line because it's so absurd. California Prepper, $5. Please get YouTube Premium. I don't like ads. Okay, well, it's like 2 seconds, man. James, $5. How would William debate a pope that condemned the filioque at an ecumenical council only to have a future pope reverse it? I don't think that they even understand, like, epistemically why that's a problem. They actually think that since the papacy is basically the epistemic, like, ground and pivot of the entire position, the entire religion, I don't even think they would see that as a problem. It's basically like the ultimate epistemic foundation and God being for the system is actually the papacy itself. What is there to stop a future pope from doing another ecumenical council that teaches heresy? You mean like Vatican II, exactly. Straight White Male, $5. I don't like that this is happening, but I am with Team J. Look, it's not even about teams. It's literally about which positions are true and which ones are false. And so the idea that Roman Catholics and Protestants are presenting good Trinitarian models, I take issue with that. They're not. Neither of them have accurate Trinitarian models. Rob Saul, $2. Rob Saul. Dustin Lofton, $3. Orthobro. James. This is kind of off topic, but Aristotle's On the Soul, is it a good book? I've only read part of it. I had an Aristotle class, and we read a little bit of that, but I've not actually read the entirety of it. There's quite a bit of Aristotle I haven't read, because some of his books are really difficult. So I did make it through metaphysics, though. Are there any good Orthodox books on the philosophy of the soul? God's Revelation of the Human Heart? I don't know. Contemporary Compendium, $5. Brother, Jay, brother, when are we going to debate, brother? You know, brother, I'm going to get you good, brother. Brother, hey, brother. Hey, brother. It's like, dude says brother more than Hulk Hogan. Xavier, $2. Schizo Shamoun. H. Brazi, $5. The upside of this is that more converts will come from this. There's only one church. It's the Orthodox Church. JSR Defense Forces are about to be put into work. Yeah, I mean, I think that, when it comes to Sam, I tried for many years to be a good influence, try to get him interested in Orthodox stuff, try to be friendly and be something of an influence in that way. But I guess not. I guess he's chosen papacy, and so they deserve each other. The papacy and Albrecht and those people, and they all deserve each other. I'm happy that he's going to the papacy because that's what he wants. That's what he deserves. Crazy California Fishing, $5. He told me something about me being of the devil when I mentioned that there are post-schism Catholic Nestorian saints. I don't think he cares. So when you point out these inconsistencies in the Vatican saying that people like Gregory Narek are now saints when they were schismatics for over millennia, I think, again, they don't care, because for them, the God being, the epistemic principle, the linchpin is the papacy. So if the papacy says that you can be a heretic for 1,000 years and now you're a saint, you are. Then they don't see, it doesn't register to them that that's actually a contradiction. Roll with it, $10. Sam has to be being paid by Roman Catholic apologists. It puts you in the crosshairs. I don't know, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if, I don't know, Frad or some of these weirdos. I don't know. I don't know if has he ever been on Matt Frad? I don't know. Matt Frad's pretty soft. I don't know if he would handle that, but I don't know. Holy, $2. I don't see setup. Looks like do it now. I didn't say it had to be now. I just said, would you like to do a debate? So you're lying. Kevin Farrell, $10. By the way, he doesn't have to answer text messages while he's doing a live stream. I mean, are you serious? Kevin Farrell, $10. Time to beat the brakes off the heretics, all of them. Carmaggio, are $10. A chunky bald guy with a goatee. I'm conflicted here. Scuba Bear, $5. He sends you a voice message so that we can't see what he says, but he shows off your text. It's very deceptive. I mean, I played you his voice messages, and he mocks the divine energies, so. Holy, $2. Do it now. I didn't say do it now. In the original messages, there's no do it now. I asked him tonight to do a debate. So you're confusing tonight with earlier this morning or this afternoon. Raymond, $8. Have you seen tucking in Sam Flapjacks Shamoun? I don't know what that means. Tucking in. Let me see. It sounds like something I don't want to see.
My goal is to get your mother and piss on her and get the Shia to rape that whore, and then also sodomize you, you filthy dog, for threatening my daughters.
Last time I pass you, you go to that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know what No, I've never seen that, but yikes. Somebody get him his meds. Hades Undead, $5. Your mic is too low because you were on a podcast. Yeah, probably. Let me see. I was on with Frank tonight. It says my mic is not low right now, so maybe that was earlier. Sincere Hypocrite, $5. Sam being Catholic is because it's easier for him to receive communion. Shows how important proper catechesis is, even with experience debating Muslims. Well, it's just like Christian Prince. Like, that's not catechesis because you're anti-Muslim and read the Bible a lot. That's not all there is to it. And by the way, it shows that like how ridiculous it is in the Roman Catholic Church that they don't even catechize their people. Like, you just go to it and get communion. I mean, that doesn't happen. You understand, the Orthodox Church, you don't just go there and get communion. That itself should tell you that it's the true church. Osteen, $10. I don't think Shamoun will let the dust particles comment go. You guys are part of... Well, I mean, I don't know why he thinks that dust orbs are proof of something supernatural. It's just bizarre and weird. Alula, $5. Sometime last year he was doing streams that said, claiming that the non-Chalcedonians are correct against us on the Fourth Council. He doesn't know anything about Christology, so again, it makes sense with all this inconsistency that he would go to Rome, because Rome is the haven of incoherence and nonsense. The very things that he's arguing for, the theophanies, require the energies doctrine, and he laughs and makes fun of the energies when it's a New Testament doctrine. Anonymous, $1. Hey Jay, say hi to your wife. I will do. Sneed Chuckles, and $5. I tried to watch Sam's streams once, and he spent an hour demanding that everyone stop posting in his chat, and then he would start lecturing. Rough Hands, $5. Believes in being so special that orbs follow him, but you're a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, he tried to make fun of me for writing books about Hollywood nonsense and conspiracy stuff in Hollywood, which I've been completely vindicated about since I've been writing about it for 15 years, and I did graduate work on it. But he thinks that's a thing to make fun of, conspiracy. By the way, how boomer is that he doesn't even realize like the entire internet's awakened to conspiracies now. So he's like totally out of touch because he just yells at Muslims all day. But he tried to make fun of me for being on Alex when he went on the same show. Alyosha Games, $5. Should I buy BTC at 78 or wait? I would be stacking while it's dipped. You know what I mean? Kevin Farrell, $10. Noah M, $5. I'm shocked by Shamoun here. Every time someone asked you to address his drift towards Rome, you were always very careful and patient, etc. You didn't badmouth. I guess the stories about mental illness could be true. H. Barazzi, $10. The Frankie Church exudes prelust and spiritual delusion. Well, you know the Roman Catholic Church has adopted charismaticism, right? We talked about this. We've done many streams that the Roman Catholic Church officially has accepted charismaticism, and so his charismatic delusions that he seems to favor would make sense in the Roman Catholic world, because nobody in the Orthodox world is going to put up with weird Roman delusion claims like this. If you ask any of these papal idiots, it's just proof that their church is true because demons proliferate there more than others. Yeah, that's called unfalsifiability, right? So when there's nothing but insanity, delusion, corruption in your church and a bunch of Skittles, PEDOs, that suddenly is proof that you're the true church. You see, so it's unfalsifiable. Contemporary Compendium, $5. I'm not going to lie, it was funny when Sam called his cat a slur at the end. I think Sam's a funny guy. I actually think he cracks me up. I've always enjoyed his streams. So again, it's, you know, none of this was anything but disagreeing with the theology that he was arguing for. I disagreed with his take on Protestant and Catholic Trinitarian models just from the outset in toto. And that, I guess you're not allowed to disagree. Tunic Thule, $10. I used to watch Shamoun, but all he does is cut people off. He is experiencing prelest because he calls his live streams now services. Exactly. So this is my point about the danger of this, that when you're not catechized and you don't have spiritual authority over you, when there's no spiritual father, when it's just services and ministry, that's not what the internet is. That's delusion. Harry Serpano's $5. And by the way, the orb stuff is another son of delusion. Harry Serpano's $5. Filioque, it was a Spanish bishop's innovation of the time of fighting Arianism. Well, I mean, in terms of being put in the Spanish Creed, right? At Toledo, but it was already in Augustine speculatively on the Trinity. Initially, it was rejected by the Pope, correct. It was later accepted as the political friction between East and West increased, correct. And one of the best books to read on that is particularly that time period of 1071 to 1453 is, of course, the Papadakis Meyendorff book, Christian East and the Rise of the Papacy. Also good, but not as good, is Louth's Greek East, Latin West. It's okay. But better than all of those is the Palamas Norman Russell book, which has all the Palamite synods in it. Kyle, $5. Unmute. Tunic Thule. Yeah, there's a couple minutes where I forgot to hit unmute. Scuba Bear, we can't hear you. Jonathan Kelly, unmute, dude. Brandon, unmute, dude. Mud. Boomer Tech J. Devin Iris, $2. Unmute, dude. We can't hear you. Hades Undead, unmute, dude. I got a lot of unmute dudes when I was muted for a couple minutes. Aristotle, $2. Your muted rant was fire. Braden Morris, $2. The orbs are sabotaging the stream. Sergio Chen, $2. Bro is cooking nothing. Jordan Lofgren, $2. This is your argument from silence. There we go. Sneed Chuckson, $5. Sam doesn't understand why the churches are separate, therefore views anyone making arguments in favor of one over the other as spiteful. Yeah, it's a weird position. It's an inconsistent position. It doesn't exist. H. Brossi, it's one he's made up. H. Brossi, $5. Anyone taking issue with the Luigi is soy. He's basically a young Dyer. The dude is dedicated to turning goobers into converts. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any criticism of Luigi. Like, Luigi has put out good stuff. So the fact that he would say Luigi's bad, but Apostate Prophet is right because Apostate Prophet wants to be a Zionist catechumen. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Plus, Shamoun has critiqued and rejected Zionism. So, H. Brosy, $5. Do we need any more proof that ecumenism is the chief heresy? Absolutely. I mean, that's the Orthodox position, is that the ecumenist position of these people is the heresy. It's the pan-heresy. So that's why it's not a matter of personal issues. I mean, he makes it personal. He thinks that it's demons attacking him. I just disagree with your ecumenism and your model of the Trinity that you were saying is sort of common between all these people. We don't believe that. Dr. Tetanus, $2. Orbs in B3 and garage cams. JB Peltier, $2. Dust Bunny angelic orbs, but he makes fun of energies. Right, so yeah, believing in Dust Bunny orbs makes a lot of sense if you're making fun of the divine energies. Ezra's goes, $5. Who blessed Trent or Voice of Reasoning to teach? That's a good question. I mean, I think in the Roman Catholic world, they don't even perceive it that way. Like, they don't think about the need for that. So it's way different in the Orthodox world, which again tells you that which one has accountability, right? Because, like, you have to have that. You can't just do it on your own. So it's a good question. I mean, they may say that their bishops, you know, give them a blessing or something. Maybe in Trent's case there is. I don't know. But what does that tell you that in the Roman Catholic world, you don't need any blessing to teach? I think in the traditional Catholic world you did. Like before Vatican II, for example, if you wrote a book, you would have to get an imprimatur, right? You'd have to get nil obstat. And that's when the bishopric signs off that the book doesn't contain theological error. So before Vatican II, the imprimatur and the nil obstat that you used to have to get doesn't exist anymore. So you get every quack, loon, idiot, goofball suddenly becomes a pop Catholic apologist. Navigator 5 Canadian. If you watch the stream, he tells people not to give their input in the chat. He always says, let the Holy Spirit speak through him. No exaggeration. Yeah, it's weird because another thing too that, I always take issue with, and I didn't say anything until he decided to lose it over me asking him to do a debate, is that like the performative 20-minute prayers, like that's so off-putting, man. So anybody who's doing this, I would stay away from people who do public performative praying. DC Custom, $10. I ain't never seen any angels on your stream, so there we go. Well, I guess, yeah, that's proof that I'm demon-possessed and we should be Roman Catholics. Rollwood at $10. Sam should sign up for jiu-jitsu. Such outlets help with pride and pre-list. The mats are the truth. I volunteer a free week of training. Hit me up, Sambo. H. Brasi, $5. The orb could be a jinn. It's coming to do jihad on Sam. All that anti-Muslim apologetics falls prey to the demonic. Well, again, it's just like David Wood. It's just like Christian Prince. It's just like Shamoun. Like, they think that 20 years of whatever anti-Islamic stuff, suddenly now you're qualified to be teaching theology when no theology degree, no qualification, no actual patristic teaching, just learned about, some of the church father stuff in the past couple of years. No blessing, no episcopal oversight. Citizen Arcane, $1.99. Orthodoxy. Yeah, that's the new online ecumenist idea. MKG, $5. Honestly, prior to this, I always thought that there's something sketchy about him. There's way too many moments where he says things that just don't add up. Normal situations, he seems paranoid and unnecessarily defensive. Ezra's Ghost, $2. Shamoun is a kook. JP Uncut, $10. We are saved by orbs through many orbs. Neo-traditional news, $5. Something happened to Sam perhaps in the last few days. He came after the Thomist. He went after David Wood. Now he's mad at you. He isn't stable. JP Uncut, $5. We shall know them by their orbs. Ruben Anderson, to New Zealand. I've never seen any winged orbs in your streams. Well, there you go. I guess there's no divine proof and signs. So you should follow signs and wonders, right? That's the Roman Catholic, Roman charismatic position that they all have, right? James Pitcher, 7 A's, 8 A's. I'm Protestant, but I'd love to see a debate. Most of these people will lose to you. They will not debate. H. Brasi, $5. Jay, I love you, brother. You're manifesting in my inbox. I got to get back to you, brother. Jason is Minions. Take it easy. Ignacio Larios, $2. The Catholic Orthodox Ancient Tewahedo of the Eastern Canons. NFL HVAC guy, $5. Jay, keep on going. The Ortho Bros know what's up. Kyrie eleison. Bobby C, $5. I watched a stream of his, and he says he struggles with anger management. Well, it may not be the best route for a person to be a minister holding internet services, if that's the case. G26, $5. There's only one Holy Catholic Apostolic Orthodox Church. Exactly. May the Lord guide Sam and open his eyes to this pre-list. You would think he would see it with the Vatican II statements and the actions of the papacy for 70 years, but Jonathan Kelly, $5. He might be paranoid from years of threats from Muslims. Could be. I don't know. I mean, asking you to come and do a debate is not a threat. EA, $5. Sam is malding. He's mad and he's balding. Sam, $2. He said that he went and got self-diagnosed. ADHD, ADD, autism. It seems more like manic or bipolar. And by the way, if he's dealing with issues like weight-wise, I could actually help with that. He needs to go on like a carnivore diet. He needs to cut out all the processed foods and the pizzas and all that kind of stuff. And all the junk food and stuff that's in the background of him in his kitchen. If he goes on a carnivore diet, that will help with his weight issues. Element, $2. What is with Catholics saying Skittles stuff? Well, I mean, Francis has said that Skittles couples can be blessed. not Skittles marriages, but couples can approach to be blessed by the priest, which is a reversal of the early 2000s Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith ruling. So again, another Roman Catholic contradiction. In 2003, the CDF ruled that priests cannot bless Skittles couples. We're not talking about marriage, but couples. If two Skittles dudes come to the Roman Catholic Church service, can they be blessed as a couple by the priest? In 2003, the CDF said no. Post Francis's encyclical of last year, his ruling of last year, yes, now they can. Again, direct contradiction. Christian Mario, $2. Pray for Sam. Rachel Wilson, $5. If you want to give me a wrench, I will help the chat with the pests. Well, I'll try to... I have to find your profile. So maybe if I find you as a profile later, I'll give you a wrench. But I don't see you at this second. MKG, $5. Thank you for showing class and that you're a professional. Even though people attack your character, these moments prove all these fools wrong. Much respect, and may God continue to bless you. Thank you. I mean, with Calvin Robinson, we had a very similar situation where in the inbox I said, would you like to set up a debate on the topics that you're discussing? That led to a wall of attacks because how dare I ask him to do a public debate? Well, you're a public figure. I'm a public figure. I've done many debates. Like, there's no reason really to have a meltdown. In fact, all you have to do is say, hey, thanks for reaching out. I'm not interested in it. That's it. Slow boy Michael CZ, $5. MKG, by the way, if we're all out for the truth, it shouldn't be an issue anyway. Like, what's the problem with having a back and forth discussion, even that's timed? That way it doesn't have to be people getting mad or interrupting, right? So I've often offered people this opportunity too. If they want to come on the stream to have a discussion, the way we can do it to where there's no getting mad and arguing is all you have to do is have timed responses. I talk for 5 minutes or 4 minutes. It doesn't matter. You talk for 4 minutes. That's it. It's that simple. It doesn't have to be that way. It can be a conversational exchange. However, if it's hotheads, if it's people that will get heated, I always tell people I give the opportunity to let's do timed exchanges. They're not interested in that. Nick, $5. I've been watching you since Fresh and Fit. I've never seen you say offensive or bad-mouthing things about people. Keep up the good work. The closest thing to that is that I make jokes about Matt Fradd or Eric Ibarra. That's it. And then when we get a really obtuse person on the open debates, like the Gnostics or whatever, I just call them crazy. So you're a goober. You're an idiot, a goofball. That's about it. Jehoshaphat Julian, Canadian, $2. Sam Shamoun apologized. Okay. On about what? I mean, Josiah Eliron, $20. God bless you. The Catholic turned Orthodox because of you and your examples. Santos Jimenez, $10. Sam apologized about 5 minutes ago. Okay. I mean, if we want to be on good terms, I'm open to that. I hope this doesn't divide people. We all keep walking. Respect everything that you do. Caucasus, £2 or €2. I never thought Sam would do this. Lord have mercy. MKG, Canadian, $5. I'm all for forgiveness, but what is a bipolar apology worth? Sam needs help. Well, I mean, I'm fine with. I'll have to think about what would be the wisest course here. So. Joey says for $2, we need Jay on the Whatever podcast. Now, guess what? So I did talk to Brian today from Whatever. It looks like what we're going to do is we're going to have a debate on Whatever in about a month. And I think I'm going to debate Not So Erudite that debated Jim Bob and Jake Rattlesnake. There's also going to be a debate about the CIA's relationship to ISIS and Al-Qaeda that I'll be debating Apostate Prophet, but it looks like that'll have to be June because the first time we can do it, him and me, is like June. So I think in June we're going to try to do that. And then I'll be going on 2, perhaps other large podcasts on the West Coast in the next month. So we're trying to make that happen. Tain't nothing, $10. Did you see Dave Smith versus Doug Murray on Joe Rogan Israel debate? I was actually going to play this tomorrow. So you see that Rogan, I've got like 50 clips for tomorrow's stream that I thought would be funny to watch. It was just going to be a chill stream. Murray's entire argument was an appeal to authority. He said, if you've not been to Israel, you can't speak. That's what Not So Erudite's debate partner was saying in their debate, right? Which they were debating patriarchy and feminism, and all that guy wanted to say was that you can't talk about Israel if you haven't been there. Like, what does that have to do with patriarchy? Let's talk God. $10. Dictatus Papae, number 9. All the princes of the world shall kiss the feet of the Pope. Number 10. His name alone will be spoken in the churches. Number 11. This is the only name in the world. Greg was going crazy. Oh, you're talking about Pope Gregory? Yes. So again, if you're not aware of this, here is Dictatus Papae. Number 9, all the princes of the world will kiss the feet of the Pope. Number 10, his name alone is that which can be spoken in the churches. Number 11, it's the only name in the world. There is that. So we got a bunch of super chats here. I'm trying to get through these, and then we'll go to refuting Albrecht's low-tier papal stuff. MKG, $2. That's why anti-Muslim conversions are suspicious. No edit quest, $2. The latest community post is apology. He says that you started if you're not innocent. Okay. I mean, I'm sorry that he took it as a feud. Like, for me to DM him, okay, I didn't know that causes him to be so mad, okay? Most people, you know, they might be tempted to look at their phone if they're on an interview and they're bored or something, but most people, like, I've not looked at my phone this entire live stream. So how am I supposed to know that it triggers him when somebody messages him on his phone? Quest Outset Eddie, $5. Are all worldviews circular? You said it before in debates. I think maybe because people hear the word circular and they think of the fallacy of circularity, it might be better, as FDA says, to refer to it as recursive or self-referencing. Gilbert Valenzuela, $5. My family and I are being baptized this Saturday in the Orthodox Church. Thank you for all your hard work. You played a big part in my conversion from the Roman Catholic Church. Hey, man, I appreciate that. That's great to hear. Bad Ghostface, $5. For what it's worth, Sam has taken out his post and he posted an apology. All right, so Sam called you a coward. He didn't apologize. Okay. I mean, I don't know. Look. Santiago Sanchez, $5. Sam, the paranormal orb guy. Funko Orb. Novus Orbo forever. Notorious Knives, $5. Look at Sam's latest YouTube post. Bad Ghostface, $2. Never mind. Sid, $2. It's called Samifesting. Iconomat, $3. Solo Orbo. Skooma Bear, $5. Hollow Orb Theory. Accounts payable, $5. You should debate Orthodox Muslim. Now, somebody asked me about this today, and I'm not familiar with who he is. He's calling you out on TikTok, and he has 70,000 TikTok followers. I tried to build up my TikTok, but it's difficult. So I wonder if does he have like a YouTube or something? I mean, maybe we could set it up outside of TikTok. It's just a hassle to try to do stuff like that on TikTok. So does he have a Twitter? That'd be easier for me. Outset Eddie, $2. How do you go to the bathroom with carnivore diet without fiber? You don't actually need fiber. By the way, if you drink coffee, that works. Well, Emmanuel, $5. I tried to listen to him for Bible explanations, but I stopped because it's impossible to follow the topic when he stops to bash somebody every 2 minutes. As funny as that can be. Patar, $5. He's calling Jay out for a debate now. Look, just forget it, man. One shot A17, $20. What you said about internet apologists not being qualified to teach theology, if you look at David Wood's recent debate with Alex, this came to mind. There were a few months that we had a team up where we had a J. Dyer up there, and Alex would have gotten eviscerated. Yeah, I mean, I've messaged at Alex O'Connor for a long time to try to debate. So it just gets ignored. Crimson Spectre, $2. Cat hairs are now meowricles. That's a good one. Ezra's Ghost, $2. Jay, will you debate harlots on the whatever? Well, the way that show works is typically you debate anybody, I guess, but I'm going to mainly be debating Not So Erudite, but I'm sure I'll also be debating the other people in there. JB Peltier, $2. Sam is going live in a few. Okay. I mean, I don't like... I've laid out my critiques, so there you go. Dank Naked, $5. What is it? We're going to get to the papacy stuff in a second. What is a good starting point to learn about Orthodox position? I'm not a Catholic. I want to learn more. Pomazanski's book is a great catechesis text. Orthodox Dogmatics by Pomazanski. So I would start there. And then maybe move to Lasky's Mystical Theology of the Eastern Church. J-Rock 711. Who is Jeff Doherty? Well, he was some sort of evangelical-ish pastor who then became a neo-pagan. And he debated Andrew. So I haven't kept up with that guy. Accounts payable, $2. I do not believe that Apostolic Prophet is genuine in his conversion. Time, I think, will tell. Joe, $5. Sam didn't really apologize. He has a community post apology for his audience and says that you demonized him. I mean, where? Like, where's the demonizing? Where's the anything? All I did was ask him to debate, and you got, like, meltdown. He doesn't have any evidence of me ever saying anything negative to him or bad about him or anything. I've literally always been respectful to him. And even after the drama, when I asked him to come and set up something where we could have timed responses, this is what I got.
Keep foaming, dude. We're going to call you out. We're going to get you. Don't worry about it. Down, girl. Get some more energies. Maybe it'll help you. You stupid bastard. Like I said, thanks for the receipt, queer bait. I'm going to show them who ran from Moya.
Down, girl. Caleb.
Like he's referring to my jokes about James White. It doesn't even make sense, but... Accounts payable, $2. He has a YouTube channel called Orthodox Muslim. Outset Eddie, $2. Jay, do you say pop or soda? Nobody from Tennessee says pop. That's a Yankee thing. Let's see. I'm trying to keep up with all the super... I think I've got... Let me see. There's probably some more super chats over here. Let's see. We got 2 new members. Shout out to the members. Well, the members' content is linked. And I added a couple things to the members' content too, by the way, pretty recently. All right, so let's get to this.
Papacy in this one. This is a fun topic. You know, we covered the Immaculate Conception. Another one that often comes up with Protestant circles and Orthodox circles especially is the papacy. So I wanted to talk about that. Now, in the last video, you mentioned that for you, though there are other factors that came in to your conversion from Protestantism to Catholicism, the papacy was a big one.
Yeah.
Tell me why.
Yeah, well, it really played a very big role. Number one, when I converted from Protestantism, but of course, as I considered my way to orthodoxy and Catholicism. Then, of course, it becomes a whole different angle where you look at evidence for the papacy. And I began to look at the history of the papacy throughout the early church. Pope St. Clement of Rome, very early on, and on, leading all the way up to and beyond Pope St. Leo the Great.
Yeah.
And I became ever more convinced of the incredible role of the Pope throughout history. Now, of course, I may be getting too far ahead of myself. Before that, of course, as we know very well, the clear foundation of the papacy is in Scripture.
True.
It truly is. So that laid the groundwork for me. Scripture, of course.
Well, the first note here that I would say is that I went through all this same stuff too, right? So I had the same ideology as a Protestant who started reading the Catholic Apologists in 2001. I went heavy into it. I read tons and tons of the secondary literature. And then I decided I'd have to get the Church Fathers set, right? So you see that set piece that's behind Lofton there where the untouched Church Fathers are basically immaculate because he hasn't actually read them. I actually started reading them a lot. And I was fortunate enough to have a job where I could read the Church Fathers for about 10 years straight. So this put me in a position that a lot of people don't have. I was also doing university at the same time and I had a very easy job for about 10 years in my 20s. And so that Philip Schaff Church Fathers set was a lot of my time at work. And I initially had a similar situation probably to Albrecht where I thought, okay, it's either Roman Catholic or it's Protestant, right? That's what it's got to be, right? And there weren't a whole lot of internet options back in about 2001, 2, 3, where you could look into, like the Orthodox sphere or something like that. What you guys have today didn't exist in 2003. And probably maybe Albrecht was getting into this kind of stuff back then as well. I don't know what year he converted, but it might have been around the same time as my interest in church history and the Church Fathers and the question of the canon, back in early 2000s. But the problem is that it's a thing that's based on a lot of assumptions, and there's a lot of, to use the Loftonian term, there's a lot of nuance and context that Roman Catholics leave out of their favorite quote mines. And when I first encountered the quote mines through, Butler and Dahlgren and Hess's book, Stephen Ray's work, or Scott Hahn's books, I have all those. I've read all those guys. I was reading all that stuff in the early 2000s, right? Jerry Matitix's stuff. I got to be personal friends with Jerry Matitix. So I went from Bonson world to Roman Catholic Thomist world in 2001, 2, 3. That's when I was really reading and converted. I was already believing the Roman Catholic stuff in 2001, but I didn't have I wasn't convinced enough to convert yet. So it took me till about 2003 before I converted. And by the way, I took the name Augustine, which is funny, when I was received into the Catholic Church. And so, I've been there, done that. I know this whole process. I know the thinking. But what happens is that you're tempted, I think, to make the decision on bad reasons. In other words, when you get deeper and deeper into these papal things and you're reading the objections and this and that. I remember one time in my 20s, there was even like a week where I remember vividly just nonstop reading every day for a week about the papacy stuff. And I could not decide. I was reading William Webster's book, his trilogy about it. It's all these Protestant, quote mines against the papacy. I was reading all these papal apologetics. And I felt like, at a certain point, I'm just going to go with papacy because it just seems like things like the canon, things like, this, that, it just doesn't work in the Protestant world. But what happens to people who are new to the world of Rome, which was me back then, is that you're not yet acquainted with the masses of papal documents and texts that you will have to read, right? So just like we see with like the hadiths, it's not just the Bible and the ex cathedra statements, or the Bible and, the Catechism of Trent, or the Bible and Denzinger, right? I mean, they don't even read Denzinger. Like, I know Denzinger like the back of my hand. I could demolish these guys going through Denzinger. But You don't know that yet, right? You think it's just this Protestant or Catholic choice. And then when you go into the world of Rome, you're confronted with an entirely new set of problems. Now you have to understand the pre and post Vatican II teachings. And this confronts every Roman Catholic at a very fundamental parish level, because many Roman Catholic parishes are pretty much Protestantized, you see. They have guitar masses. They have women that hand out the Eucharist. They have clown masses. They have all the most insane, wild liturgical abuses that you could think of. And then what happens is you try to make sense of this. You try to say, well, I don't have to, I know already the cope, the wave of cope that you will go through. You will begin by saying, I don't have to accept all of the Vatican II stuff. I can read it and interpret it in a conservative way. But then you haven't really been presented with reading the pre-Vatican II encyclicals like Lamentabili Pacendi Dominici Gratius, like Humanum Janus, like Morari Vos, like Quanta Cura, like Mystici Corporis, like Satis Cognitum. I can keep going. You don't know those things yet. You haven't read the pre-Vatican II papal doctrines extensively. Well, I started doing that, right? I realized if I was going to understand Catholicism, I'd have to go to the Rock of Peter and his great successors in the last 3 centuries and their vast array of papal encyclicals. So guess what I did? I read them all. I read thousands of pages of papal encyclicals. I read all of Leo XIII's encyclicals. I read all the important Pius X encyclicals. I read multiple, maybe not all of them because they're not all translated into English, but I've read Pius XII extensively. I've read Pius XI extensively, and I've even gone back into the Alberigo 2-volume set that the Jesuits put out some decades ago. It's like a $200 set of the Ecumenical Council's original translations from the Jesuit scholars, Tanner and Alberigo, I think is it. And so I started reading the ecumenical councils from the Roman Catholic vantage point, right? That's a very rare, unknown set. It's a 2-volume set. So I immersed myself in all of this world. On top of the source documents, as well as getting Denzinger and reading it entirely all the way through, as well as having the Catechism of Trent, as well as having the documents of Vatican II, I also got the secondary literature. That means I went through all of the traditional Catholic apologists. And so what happens for a lot of people who go into this world, who get to this stage, is you begin to confront, do you want to be a trad cat or are you going to defend the Novus Ordo? Each of them has their respective challenges. I went the route of trad cat. I went to the SSPX. I attended the Latin Mass for around 8 to 10 years, maybe 9 years technically, 8 or 9 years. And I was in that world very seriously, very intently. I even met with a guy about going into monastic life back in my 20s. So I was serious enough that I really wanted to think about monastic life. However, the thing that turned me off from monastic life was when I went to the diocese spiritual director for that. He was Skittles, like flaming Skittles. And then I read that most of the Dominicans in the Roman Catholic world are flaming Skittles. Bye-bye, I'm out. I'm so glad I never went that route. But the problem is that if you go this route, this delusion that these people are into, this is what you're going to have to choose between. Do you want to be a crazy trad cat? Do you want to be a Skittles Novus Ordo? Do you want to be a, do you want to go the route of the diocesan Latin Mass? Oh, turns out Francis has been shutting those down. So good luck finding your way through the maze of this nightmare.
It was very clear to steer me out of Protestantism. But then, of course, a lot of the claims that we can make for the papacy, we know very well the Orthodox will say, okay, I can be on board with that.
Yeah.
But we know that that then changes when we go into history. And in my opinion, the evidence for the papacy on the Catholic side is much stronger.
Do you feel like on the Catholic side, some of the evidence that has been put forward sometimes is reading too much into it? Not that there isn't strong evidence, but what I'm saying is in popular apologetic circles.
Yeah.
Do you feel like some of the evidence that is put forward is not necessarily the best that we have to offer?
I do.
Yes. For once, I agree with Michael Lofton, probably ever, right?
I think that there is a tendency to grab papal sound bites, Peter's sound bites, where you will have a quote of Peter as being the head of the church, or Peter being the leader of the apostles, and we will utilize that as an evidence of the papacy. And as you know very well, Michael, a lot of those quotes the Orthodox can very well give an amen to.
Yeah.
And to add to that, Oriental Orthodox as well.
Right.
So,
Yeah, so actually from the outset here, I actually agree with this. So they've started off on, surprisingly, a pretty good foot here.
what separates us when it comes to how we view the papacy? I think that we need to go beyond mere quote bites.
Sure.
But here's another thing. I think that once we do go beyond that and we look at the context, in my opinion, scripturally and in the early church, there really is no other position.
Now, the papacy...
Okay, so I appreciate the admission that not all of the, catchphrases, Rome has spoken, case is closed, right? We hear this all the time. There's a great post from Luigi pointing out that you look at the context of, let's see, I think I saved it. Let's pull up Luigi quote here. Yeah. So as one example of this, right, we often hear the Rome has spoken, case is closed, right? Supposedly proving what exactly? The final universal jurisdiction of the papacy? Well, but wait a minute. Augustine, in context, says, let us suppose that the bishops who decided a case at Rome were not good judges. Well, wait a minute, how's that possible if Vatican I is true? There still remains a plenary council of the universal church in which these judges might be put on their defense, so that if they were convicted of mistake, their decisions would be reversed. That's Augustine letter 43, paragraph 19. So no, there's no... When you take out of context statements like Rome has spoken, case is closed, which would be Rome's decision in a particular situation, it does not follow that Rome therefore had universal jurisdiction and everyone accepted it and it's therefore case closed. That's not what it meant. And he seems to be maybe conceding part of that. I don't know exactly which catchphrases he's talking about, but let's remember that the Chieti document here, this is the pretty recent admission from the papacy about the status of the canons of Sardica and in what way Rome was appealed to. This is the appellate structure. If you watch the debate between Ubi and Ibarra, right, some of the material came up. And actually, when I first debated Ibarra years ago, I actually referenced this and everyone sort of laughed and poo-pooed what I said. But it's actually admitted right here in paragraph 19. Over the centuries, a number of appeals were made to the Bishop of Rome, also from the East, in disciplinary matters, such as the deposition of a bishop. Now, this is interesting because it notes that the appeals were disciplinary in nature. This doesn't say from the outset that the appeals are to settle theological doctrinal controversies. It says disciplinary matters, such as the deposition of a bishop. An attempt was made at the canons of Sardica in 343 to establish the rules of procedure. So this is the appellate structure where you have kind of appeals court system, right? Sardica was received at Trullo in 692. The canons of Sardica determined that a bishop who had been condemned could appeal to the Bishop of Rome, and that the latter, if he deemed it appropriate, could order a retrial. Now, does this say that the Bishop of Rome unilaterally makes the decision that shuts the door? Case closed. Does this say Rome has spoken, case is closed? No, it says that the Bishop of Rome can order a retrial to be conducted in the bishop's providence. It's not even conducted in Rome. It's conducted in the bishop in question's own province. Appeals regarding disciplinary matters were also made to Constantinople. Remember when I said this in the Ibarra debate and they all acted like I made this up? Oh, here's your own papal page, your own papal approved ecumenist document admitting my point. And to other sees. Yeah, of course, if I was Maximus and I was disputing with the monothelites and I wanted to get the bishops on my side, I'm going to appeal to Rome and Constantinople and other sees and Antioch and Jerusalem and everywhere. I want them all on my side. The fact that I appealed to Rome because it's the first see, it doesn't follow from that Rome is the only one that I would appeal to. This is the silly argument of the Roman Catholics, especially Ibarra when I debated Ibarra. Such appeals to the major sees were always treated in a unilateral way. Oh, it doesn't say that. They were treated in a what way? Synodical way. In other words, the Bishop of Rome didn't out of hand autocratically determine the matter. It was referred to a synod, synodal. Why is Francis holding a synod on synodality? Because they're admitting our positions. This means that Vatican I isn't true. Appeals to the Bishop of Rome from the East expressed the communion of the Church, but the Bishop of Rome did not exercise canonical authority over the churches of the East. What does that tell you right there? How is Vatican I true when we read that? Vatican I, as you guys, I hope, know, teaches that the Bishop of Rome has universal, unilateral jurisdiction over all of the world, and that he got that from Peter. Vatican I doesn't say that it evolved. It wasn't a development of doctrine. It's from Peter.
It's most certainly one of those distinctive teachings that if you were to embrace it, it's like the only real option that you could go to is Catholicism. But you then mentioned there, okay, but there is a certain form of the papacy, if you will, that Orthodox can accept.
Yeah.
How different do you think is maybe a high Orthodox version of the papacy is compared to the Catholic version?
I think it is different enough that would warrant one to convert to Catholicism.
Yeah.
I truly do think it's that different. I think that we are living in a time where people are looking at the quotes of the papacy and people that are Orthodox, and they realize, well, this doesn't quite jive with the way my view of the church is today. So they begin to read into history kinds of words or teachings that they're kind of ripping out of the context. For example, one incredible example I could think of are the words of Pope St. Leo the Great, the Tome of Leo at Chalcedon.
Okay.
It's amazingly evident that Pope St. Leo the Great viewed his position as that of papal supremacy.
Sure.
There's this really
Yeah, well, it's funny because this has already been debunked by the vast history that Ubi and Ibarra have already had. So this is, I guess, playing on the ignorance of the Catholic audience that Ubi and Ibarra have already been debating this for years, right? And this led to an entire series of exchanges, actually, over many years, where Ubi shows that the Tome of Leo was not regarded as ex cathedra. And if I recall, this is like years of stuff going back. This was years ago, but he just made this public a few months ago. If I recall, eventually I think Ibarra admitted that, okay, maybe it's not an easy proof that the Tome of Leo was ex cathedra. So Ibarra, if I recall, walked this back. And here you go right here. Here's Ubi's refutation of point 1. That, no, the Tome of Leo does not prove ex cathedra. In fact, Chalcedon, if you read something like Denny's book, Papalism, it notes that Chalcedon spent 2 weeks, it's either a week or 2 weeks, investigating the tome to see if it lined up with the teaching of Saint Cyril. Oh, wait a minute. You thought Leo was the theologian par excellence of Chalcedon? No, actually, the tome was judged by the synod to be either in accord with or out of accord with the teaching of Saint Cyril. So Cyril was the measure of Chalcedon. and you can read that in the Denny text. And no, there's no ex cathedra argument out of the Tome of Leo.
No way around that.
Right.
And the language is very clear. And to deny that, to me, you're going to be doing mental gymnastics.
Sure.
So, again, argument number 1 has already been extensively refuted in Ubi's refutation of Ibarra about Leo and Chalcedon. Here, again, is the link. So, argument number 1 was, I guess, lazy on the part of Albrecht, because he's just repeating probably what he read in Ibarra.
Yeah, Leo most certainly held to what I would understand to be the view of Vatican I on papal supremacy. I don't think that is...
Okay, did you hear that? The Vatican I view of papal supremacy. Unilateral, declarative, ex cathedra definitive teaching, right? According to Vatican I, and that universality is directly from Peter. It is directly to the papacy. It does not come from the church. It comes directly from Peter to Rome. Why it's not Antioch and Alexandria, which also derived from Peter? Well, the Roman Catholic Church just says, because Peter died there. I mean, it's just because it's tradition. It's just because. Although we don't have any proof of that. I mean, proof that because he died there, therefore the charism extends to the Roman Church. We'll notice that, according to Lofton and Albrecht, all of the permanent primacy existed from the earliest days up until now, and it's unilateral. But wait a minute. What did Rome just admit in the Chieti document? Appeals to the Bishop of Rome from the East expressed the communion of the Church, but the Bishop of Rome did not exercise canonical authority over the churches of the East. Oops.
Disputable. What I guess my concern is whenever I see some Catholics pointing to the language at Chalcedon, where it says, Peter has spoken through Leo, right? Immediately thinking that automatically proves the Catholic view, or that the Chalcedonian Fathers accepted the Catholic view of the papacy. I'm not saying that they didn't, but what I'm saying is, what I'm asking is, do you think that alone is enough to really settle the matter?
No,
Yeah, and this is true, right? Because you have statements from pre-Chalcedonian church fathers that all of the bishops are Peter, right? Peter is all the bishops are images of little Peters. So just the phrase Peter has spoken through Leo doesn't prove Vatican I's claim that the Bishop of Rome is the singular, autocratic, universal head of the entire church who can universally ex cathedra pronounce dogmas. It doesn't prove that. So I appreciate, again, that they're at least admitting a couple things here about these catchphrase arguments. But these catchphrase arguments actually don't address, number one, the contradictions, right, that we referenced earlier. The contradictions in what Roman Catholic dogma is in 1302, in Unum Sanctum, right? In Unum Sanctum in 1302, you have to believe in the temporal supremacy of the Roman bishop to be saved. In Vatican II, in terms of religious liberty, in Dignitatis Humanae, what's fundamental to the human being is religious freedom. Dignitatis Humanae. That's interesting, because I seem to remember a Roman Catholic document called the Syllabus of Errors. Now, Pius IX is the Pope of Vatican II, of Vatican I, where you have the definition of the universal supremacy of the Roman bishop. And it's interesting because in this document, he talks about errors concerning the temporal supremacy of the church and the Pope. And what's funny about this is that as late as Vatican I, you had the papacy still defending the temporal supremacy of the Roman bishop. So let's talk about number 15. Every man is free to embrace and profess the religion that he guided by the light of reason, considers true. Condemned. So this is the section of the Syllabus of Errors of Pius IX. And by the way, this was attached to Vatican I. This is condemned in paragraph 15, right? The right to freedom of religion, freedom of choice. Man may, in the observance of any religion whatsoever, find salvation. What does Nostra Aetate say? That Hindus find refuge in God. In Hinduism, men find refuge in God with love and trust. Man may, in the observance of any religion whatsoever, find eternal salvation. Condemned. So then we come down to errors concerning the church and her rights, the Syllabus of Errors. This specifically says the church has not the power of defining dogmatically that the Catholic Church is the true religion. Condemned. So in other words, not having Catholic states, the church does not have temporal power. Condemned. The ministers of the church and the Roman pontiff are to be excluded from temporal dominion. Condemned. So, Syllabus of Errors, paragraphs 19 to 27, uphold the classic medieval doctrine of Dictatus Papae, Unum Sanctum. In the last paragraph, you have to believe in the temporal supremacy to be saved. All the way up into the 1864, it's reaffirmed at Vatican I. The same positions are condemned. And what does Dignitatis Humanae do? Oh, turns out fundamental to humanity is religious liberty. And we don't really teach that papal temporal supremacy anymore. You understand that how could it be necessary for my salvation to believe in the temporal authority of the Roman bishop when religious liberty is true now? Don't you see that those are incommensurable? The right to religious liberty and freedom. The Protestant doctrines of religious liberty and freedom. Fundamental to human liberty. Something previously condemned. Where is it condemned? Papal encyclical Morari Vos, 1832. Liberalism and religious indifferentism, aka freedom of religion. Condemned. It is a heresy of the Enlightenment. Liberty of conscience, freedom of worship, freedom of the press. Condemned heresies. Uh-oh. Right there. There is Morari Vos, condemned. Liberty of conscience, freedom of worship, freedom of the press, free speech, condemned. What does Vatican II say? No, it's actually the fundamental element of human nature. Human dignity is fundamentally religious freedom. Morari Vos. Liberty of conscience, liberty of worship, freedom of worship, indifferentism. condemned. Do you know why? Because the papacy had multiple encyclicals against Freemasonry, wherein they charge liberty, equality, and fraternity as Freemasonic doctrines. Vatican II accepts the liberalism condemned in Mirari Vos. Yet another example.
No, I think that you must supplement it with much more.
Yes.
Number one, look at how was the Tome of Leo accepted or received,
Right.
and then supplement that with how did Leo?
So, let's talk God, $5. William Albrecht says Jay doesn't love Christ. That's all they have is this piety signaling, right? That's all they have. Sam said Jay is racist and says the N-word. What's he talking about? So that's all they have is like just personal attack. I mean, I'm just going to their arguments. That's all they have. Thomas McElheron, 2 Canadian. I'm Protestant, but your knowledge and videos are great. Thanks, man. Terry77, can you suggest top 5 to 10 books on the papacy? Edward Denny, Papalism, Abgates, The Papacy, Michael Welton's 2 Paths, Papadakis Meyendorff, Christian East and the Rise of the Papacy. I would start there. Demon Kunt, $2. Imagine being a cringy nerd crying about which church is the true church. Escape the Matrix and get some money. So I guess we have a Tate fan. Tristan, $5. Andrew said he will host the debate. I don't know. I mean, sounds like they just want to play victim and say that I'm racist. Like, this is like the weakest shit imaginable. Like, so I'm actually going to their streams to refute their positions, and they're calling me racist. There will be no debate. Jay has made his point. Sam crashed out on his friend, and then he blasphemed God and made fun of the divine energies. I mean, it's just weird, dude. I don't know what the point of the energies thing is here.
Who's having a meltdown? Keep foaming, dude. We're going to call you out. We're going to get you. Don't worry about it. Down, girl. Get some more energies. Maybe it'll help you.
Yeah, go get more energies. Maybe they'll help you out. I mean, does he not realize it's the New Testament teaching? I don't know.
View himself, Pope St. Leo the Great. And then if he viewed himself in this manner, where was the uproar on the side of those that accepted his tome? And the other thing, as well as we know very well, is that Pope St. Leo the Great's tome was essentially saying the same thing as St. Cyril was saying at Ephesus in his...
Yeah, but you're leaving out the point that they investigated the tome to see if it was what measured up to Cyril's teaching. So they didn't mention that.
Christological position. So then when we see that, we realize that Pope St. Leo the Great was in line with the great Christological teachings. And we realize how much the teachings of Chalcedon impacted the church. Because let me be very clear with you. Today, you can listen to a Protestant individual talking about Christology.
Now, let's point out the absurdity of William Albrecht, because I'm pretty sure William Albrecht holds the position that, like Voice of Reason says, Ephesus was wrong in condemning Nestorius. Doesn't he say this? I think he does, right? But let me show you how stupid this position is right here. So I'll play you Voice of Reason saying this. And I don't know where they get this. Like, maybe they get it from Jimmy Akin, because I know Akin says this. But I'm going to show you how dumb this is. Right? Here's Voice of Reason saying this.
Documents that are being used are spurious. So the church isn't protected in matters of fact. The church is only protected, only infallible in matters of faith and morals. In the same way that when the Council of Ephesus condemned Nestorius as a heretic, we know now, looking back, that the council was actually incorrect. It turns out that Nestorius wasn't a Nestorian, but the council still condemned him as a Nestorian. Documents that are being used are...
So notice he's made up an absurd distinction between councils getting the dogmas right, but missing and erring in matters of fact. Let's see how that actually works with the anathemas of Ephesus.
Spurious. The church isn't protected in matters of fact. The church is only protected, only infallible in matters of faith and morals. In the same way that when the council...
So, does he think that the condemnation and the anathemas against Nestorius aren't faith and morals? This is how stupid this position is, right? Because when I go to the anathemas, the 12 anathemas right here, like, does he think that this is not faith and morals? They're just erring in fact? Does he not realize that all the anathemas are about the dual subject position of Nestorius? And they're all from Cyril and his theology, right? Because Cyril, for example, argues from the Eucharist against Nestorius. So that would mean all of these arguments weren't just matters of fact that were wrong. They were also theologically wrong because Cyril didn't need to make Eucharistic arguments against Nestorius. That's how stupid this is, right? When it talks about the life-giving flesh, right? If anyone does not confess that the flesh of the Lord is life-giving and belongs to the Word of God the Father, that's talking about the Eucharist, right? If you read Cyril, the 2 letters to Sixcensus, Cyril talks about the Eucharist giving us and being a life-giving thing. And he also teaches the energies doctrine, right? Explicitly. So he doesn't even understand that denying Ephesus' condemnation of Nestorius doesn't just preserve the teaching of dogma and not fact in the council, some arbitrary thing he made up. It actually undoes the entire argumentation of the anathemas because Cyril didn't then correctly understand Nestorius' position in all the anathemas. That's how stupid this is. And by the way, I'm pretty sure Albrecht holds that position that the Nestorians aren't really Nestorians.
And they'll talk about
By the way, I think Shamoun does too, which is just idiotic. They don't even know what the anathemas are about. They're Cyril's theology against Nestorius' theology. So if it's wrong, then you deny Ephesus. And he just said Chalcedon lines up with Ephesus. Yeah, but you think Ephesus made a mistake, dummy?
Chalcedon.
Right.
Look at the wide-ranging effect it's had. But then look at the claims Pope St. Leo the Great made for himself.
Yeah.
He clearly viewed viewed the power of those keys as being given to the successor of St. Peter.
And he thought that he exercised them in a unique way.
Absolutely.
Not that he wouldn't say that other bishops, aren't successors to St. Peter. I think he would, but that doesn't.
They are accusing you of calling Sam a bald N-word. I've never done that. William has a fake account calling you racial slurs. I mean, that's bizarre. Sue them. These are just mentally ill people, man. Me and Eugene, $5. The black delegation did not give Shamoun a pass. Ezra's goes $2. You know Father Damien Quolt. I do not. Everyone is going to the lake of lava. The moon landings are real or they are fake. I do not like takes. This is a matrix attack. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. So. Samuel Joseph, imagine if you had joined Sam's petty little stream and just said nothing and said, man, I'm sweepy. I got to go to sweep. Sam and Willow are live right now. This is the debate for the boys. I will moderate. Jehoshaphat. Z, $5. I want to thank you for your content. I went to Orthodox Church for the first time. I have yet to find anything false about Orthodox. He started off as a dispensationalist. Now I'm here. Make sure I'm hitting all the super chats.
Mean that he wouldn't claim a unique version of papal succession for the Bishop of Rome.
And I think, Michael, that point is the number one we have to focus on.
Yeah.
Because what I hear very often in popular apologetics is, oh, well, Peter is the only one that got the keys. So, of course, the Pope has a special role. Then they fail to realize.
So, I think if I hop on there, they're immediately going to lose it, right? So I don't trust them to, like, I'm thinking about it. I don't understand what you're saying about a fake account calling people the N-word. That doesn't make any sense. What does that mean? He's fighting a fake Jay Dyer account? Oh, you mean they're like having a fake debate? So it's for them it's just like a clown show? I don't understand what's they're having a fake debate. What are you talking about? Supporting Israel? Doesn't even make any sense. I'm gonna debate apostate prophet. What does that mean? So where is their stream? Let's see. On Skype. Let me see if I can get on Skype. Let me find the profile here. Let's see. Just one second. I'm calling his Skype. No answer. The easiest way to do this would be for them to answer on the phone, and then we can have this debate that way. It's very simple. But I'm going to stick to the doctrines, so I don't know why they want me to hop on. Let's do it. I'm not going to end my stream to go to their stream. We can both have this discussion right here. Oh, wait a minute. It has to be on a neutral platform. I thought they told me to just come to their stream. I mean, this is a neutral platform. Okay, so come to my stream. I call in to his stream on his Skype, but now it has to be on a neutral platform. I'm going to call one more time. Let's do it. I'm calling in right now. It'd be really easy. Let's do it. All he's got to do is have the discussion right now. So he won't answer. I'm not leaving my stream to go to his stream when we could do it this way, and it would be both of us having. He can continue streaming. I can continue streaming. I can't continue streaming if I go to his StreamYard. Or he can just send me a StreamYard link in. He can send me the StreamYard link in Skype. Send me the link here. Here. I can continue streaming. Send me the link here. See, like I told you, the whole reason that he went on this collapse mode was because he doesn't want to actually have that debate. He's always saying he wants to be teachable and corrected. And so the whole thing is because I invited him and his handler to come discuss on my channel with timed responses. And the solution would be, send me the link and we can stream it at the same time. So all he's got to do is send me the link. Let's do it this way. I don't want to stop streaming. That way he can have his stream, I can have my stream, and we can both talk on a device, you see. So you notice he won't answer the phone. They told me to come to his stream. I'm doing it, and he won't answer the phone. He calls you a cult leader while he was looking at memes about you. Yeah, he won't debate the issues. So look, here you have it. Everybody can see Sam Shamoun doesn't want to actually debate the issues when that's what I'm bringing up. And he would rather play meme games and like make fun of people or whatever. I mean, so you can't defend these issues. Like, I'm sorry that you had a meltdown over me just simply asking you to come and have a conversation about it. He says you're an ortho slut and you won't join. I'm trying to join his stream right here. I called 3 times. Send me the link. And he's not answering because he knows he doesn't want to have this actual debate. If he wants to go on the Crucible, we can go have a debate on the Crucible right now. How's that? Go to Crucible then. It would be a neutral platform if we both streamed it from our phone. So if he wants to leave, he wants to boot me, he can do that. I'm still streaming. I don't have to go to his stream. He doesn't have to go to mine. Very simple. Simple solution. Or we'll go to the Crucible. I guarantee you he doesn't want to debate me on the Crucible right now. I guarantee he won't. He won't do it. They said you called in on StreamYard. I didn't call on StreamYard. I called right here. They said you were sending messages. I'm not on StreamYard. I don't have the StreamYard link. There's me calling him 3 times on Skype. That's Skype. Send me the link here. I don't have the link. Inverted big toe. J is 100% Sigma energy orb. They're acting like you went to the live chat and called him a bad word. That's not me, man. How am I doing that when I'm on here? Is he that stupid he falls for any profile that has, like, it's not me, dummy. I didn't join his live stream. Sam is saying that you posted in his back channel. I don't have his back channel. I'm on Skype. That's not me, dummies. Do you know what Skype sounds like? Andamon, $2. Protestants need to take a back seat. I'm watching a schism in real time. This is not a schism because there's only one church. And it's not the made-up apostolic churches that he has in his head. I don't like you or Sam because you bash Protestants. However, Sam is acting like an old cringy vagina. He said that he won't answer because you only want to talk now that William left his stream. Tell him and William to go onto the Crucible. Let's do it right now. Bring William to the Crucible. Now. Bring William to the Crucible now. So every excuse he's making, I'm giving him a way out. He won't do it one-to-one on the freaking phone. He won't do it one-to-one on the phone on StreamYard. He won't do it one-to-one on the Crucible. Okay, bring William to the Crucible. I'll debate you both. I'm not at all worried about this issue. It's like, Sam has resorted now to only calling you slurs. Well, that's because he didn't want a debate to begin with. He never wanted a debate. He just wanted a spurg out because he can't actually defend these positions. So again, tell him and Albrecht they can debate me versus them two on the Crucible. So all he has is nasty talk. There you go. Like, this is the guy that you want to go with if you're a Roman Catholic. And this is the fruits of Rome, man. This is what you guys get with Roman Catholicism. It's this stuff. I want to remind you, this is he thinks the energies of God, the uncreated energies, are something that you just joke about. He doesn't even know that they're the basis for the theophanies.
Keep foaming, dude. We're gonna call you out. We're gonna get you. Don't worry about it. Down, girl. Get some more energies. Maybe it'll help you. You stupid bastard. Like I said, thanks for the receipt, queer bait. I'm gonna show them who ran from William.
Down, girl. Caleb.
Yeah, I'm running from William. I'm literally telling them to go to the Crucible right now. get back to this. Since this is, he's not gonna do it.
Is that the language lends itself to the fact that we recognize that the keys were received by the other bishops as well, by the other apostles. But St. Peter, in a very special way, received them. And how are they able to utilize those as well when they are in union with the Pope, with St. Peter, the successor of St. Peter? I think that that's the one area where they get tripped up on.
I think so, and I'm glad you brought up this point, because it is true that the other apostles received the keys of the kingdom as well. Sometimes I think we oversell our position by saying that only Peter received. No.
Yeah.
The rest of the apostles also received the keys of the kingdom, but that doesn't mean that we can't say that Peter received them in a unique way.
No doubt.
Or that we could maybe speak about the apostles receiving the keys of the kingdom through Peter.
Yep.
They want to talk about the biblical case for the papacy. In the Bible, Jesus breathes on all the apostles. It doesn't come on Peter first and then to the apostles. At Pentecost, the Holy Spirit comes down on all of them. It doesn't go to Peter and then Peter give the Holy Spirit to the rest of the apostles at Pentecost. Oh, look at that. He ran away. So he had the opportunity to come on to the crucible. Rachel says for $5. The crucible is on standby, ready and waiting if Sam accepts. I sent him multiple calls and multiple opportunities. I called him. We could have had the... There's no reason not to have it multi-streaming at the same time, right? All he has to do is hop on, and he thinks I'm over there like watching his stream, like, oh, I'm gonna wait until William leaves and then I'll call him. Dude, you and William can go on the crucible and we'll do it right now. Sam just ran away. Well, what did you expect?
That kind of language.
All he wanted to do was bitch and whine and lose it. None of them want to talk about the actual issues. That's it. That's all they want to do.
That I've seen as well.
And I think that language there is probably the clearest if we emphasize that. But the other thing that people they get tripped up on, Michael, is the fact that they'll say, okay, well,
wait, he brought William back and ended the stream. I sat there calling him and asking him to do it. That's so ridiculous. I mean, do you have a bedtime? Like, did you have a curfew? Like, I'm awake. Let's go to the crucible. I'll just fire up some more coffee. Let's debate all night. Let's do
the
it.
apostles received the keys. Well, then why do we need a St. Peter? You need a St. Peter because they were able to utilize them by being in union with the head of the...
Why do we need a St. Peter? Let's hear this brilliant response again. Why do we need a St. Peter?
Why do we need a St. Peter? You need a St. Peter because they were able to utilize them by being in union with the head.
They were able to utilize them by being in union with the head. You need a St. Peter because they were able to utilize them by being in union with the head. So, a pragmatic argument. That doesn't tell me that Vatican I is in the text. It doesn't actually tell me in the text that Peter is the head. We in the Orthodox Church call him Coryphaeus, the mouthpiece of the apostles. But the single unilateral head, where was that in anything that we've seen so far? We've seen a reference to Leo. We've seen a admission that you can't just use catchphrases. I've not yet heard an actual argument for the papacy yet. So let's see when we get that. Sam got J diarrhea. Wendy Torrance. The Muslims are having a field day with Sam manifesting. I mean, all of this is ridiculous because I sent him one message at the beginning of the day when he was doing his stream, asking if him and William want to come and have a timed response on my channel. And he just lost it he had a total meltdown over nothing. And it's just crazy. And then he goes into like mocking the divine energies. It's just crazy, man. It's weird. Jay, here's $2. You did it for the chat. You're a G. Making sure I didn't miss super chats. Let me go back. Anyway. So we're having again, let's get back to this, because they're like, the way they're going to do this, they're going to play this, is that they're going to make all this smoke. They're going to make all this drama. They're going to whine and bitch. They're not going to talk about the actual issues. And they're not going to, that's the last thing they want, is to actually debate the issues. Or else they would just hop on the crucible. We could settle it right now. We can hop on the crucible. We can pound it out through the entire night what the issues are. But I don't know, maybe Leather Daddy here has got to go pound it out some other way. I don't know.
Of the apostles, of the band of the apostles, that being St. Peter, I think they tend to forget that, and the fact that we know the office of bishop will continue. We're told directly in Acts chapter 1, verse 20, when the office is desolate of the bishop. It uses the Greek episkopos, or episcope, I forget the exact Greek word there, that will be fulfilled. It'll be filled.
Yeah.
Thus, bishops continue. And we realize that that's very clear for...
Sam says that you have a lisp. Pretty sure his Leather Daddy buddy has the lisp of all lisps. They're more of a lisp than James White. I don't have a lisp, by the way. So Sam is copying my James White joke, which is funny. Come up with your own jokes, dude.
St. Peter, those that would follow him. And I've noticed they tend to really, whether it be evangelical or orthodox, tend to not understand that.
You know, for those that say, as you mentioned there, that, okay, well, why do we need a St. Peter? Why do we need a head? My thing is, it's like saying, why do you need a body? Why do you need a head on a body?
Again, in the Orthodox view, Christ is the head, and he directly governs the church through the power of the Holy Spirit. So we don't need an Old Testament high priest earthly head, because the Old Testament high priest office in the New Testament is explicitly referenced and fulfilled in the person of Christ. So Christ is quite literally the living head of the church. And every bishop underneath Christ is another little head of the church, you see. But it doesn't follow from this analogy of head to body that there has to be an Old Testament high priest head, you see. When the high priest, as everyone knows via Hebrews 7, is fulfilled in the person and the ascension of Christ. So the Roman Catholic position is actually a lack of faith in the power of the Holy Spirit to govern the church. Now, an easy way to refute this is, it's Benedict XVI that admitted that the Orthodox Church has maintained the faith for the last 1,000 years. It's a famous Benedict quote. Well, then we don't need the papacy to maintain the faith, you see. So the Orthodox confession that the Holy Spirit is the governor and guider of the church, thus we don't need the physical, literal, high priestly Judaic head of the church, is proven by the admission of Benedict that the Orthodox Church has maintained the faith for 1,000 years without the Pope.
Body can't exist without a head.
It cannot.
Yes, but Christ is the head. So this false analogy does not prove that the Bishop of Rome is the vicar of Christ on earth, the earthly head. It's just, that's the thing in question, and it's not been proved. So far, they've only really made a pragmatic argument. The Pope will provide unity and he can be a head. But these are not good arguments so far.
Seems like there does have to be that center of authority, the center of unity, to really even be able to identify particular communion. You have to have that. So it seems that, I don't know how the church...
If a center head of authority and unity is needed to recognize the church or to recognize that unity, how did any Christians who converted in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century who didn't have access to Rome know the faith? Did they just go and say, are you the church in communion with Rome? Then you must be the true church. What if they didn't know anything about Rome? Like, do they actually think that all of the churches in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century were catechizing people like Vatican I? And if they weren't, then they didn't need to know about the bishopric of Rome if they were converting in Jerusalem or in Corinth or Ephesus or anywhere else. Do you see the point? When you read the early catechetical lectures, or when you read, say, John of Damascus's on the Orthodox faith, Why does John Damascus, a doctor of the Catholic Church, write an entire systematic theology with no reference to the papacy or Peter? He didn't recognize the obvious number one rock center of the faith of the church when he wrote an entire systematic theology? Or did he just simply not have in his mind the Vatican I mindset like these people do?
Could function without a head. Now,
Yeah.
what people will say is, well, Jesus is the head. So what do you say in response?
Yeah, so without a doubt, we recognize Christ is the head.
Sure.
We recognize Christ holds the key. Nobody's...
But yeah, the Holy Spirit doesn't really do that good in governing the church. So we need the Kwisatz Haderach. We need the ruler of all rulers. We need the King of Kings, the Pope. Right? You think, when you hear King of Kings, you think it's Jesus. No, no, no. The Pope is the King of Kings on earth, you see. He has all temporal dominion and authority, and all kings must submit and kiss his feet. The Pope alone shall all the princes of the world kiss his feet. Is that what Jesus was setting up when he set up a church, which, by the way, they reference Chalcedon? The canons of Chalcedon forbid any cleric from being a worldly magistrate or a civil leader. No member of the clergy can be a prince or a magistrate of the state because of the separation of powers. Dictatus Papae is a rejection of Chalcedon. Let's see. Orthodox Phronesis, $5. It is not fruitful to speak with Sam. He was spitting. He was calling Orthodox dogs. He found old Theoria articles against Orthodox ethos. So now he's mad at Father Hears. Just losing it. Sam, Jordan, $5. Sam is ending his stream now that the Crucible people are offering a platform that's neutral. Of course. Nicholas, $2. I just joined the stream. What's going on? I'm refuting the Roman Catholic position of Sam and Albrecht. $2. Sam, he won't call you. You're desperate for views. Yeah, I'm desperate for views. Yeah. Andamon, $2. Protestants need to take a back seat. I already read that. Let's see. Dre God, the Passport King, $10. This is a rare occurrence where Muslims and Protestants are not part of an insane clown show. Where's the clown show other than like I'm responding to the actual arguments. Great stream, Jay. This is dedicated to the papacy and it's long overdue. Well, I've actually done a whole bunch of papacy streams. Oaklock something, SKSND, $2. Sam said nothing but foul, disgusting things about you and all the Orthodox. There you go. All because of one DM that I'm asking him to come and have a friendly exchange. That's it. That's it. That's what ignited all of this. Because I disagree with his take on Protestant and Catholic models of the Trinity. ISA 87, $2. Sam Shamoun was indefensible tonight. What a shame. Yeah. Retro Reister Gaming, 5 A's. Jay, God bless you, mate. Love your channel. Shivalib, get so-and-so on to debate with you. I don't think he wants to debate with me. This is not talking about Shamoun. It's about somebody else. I don't think that guy's interested, but maybe. We'll see. Brent, $5. If anyone is manifesting anything, it is Sam Shamoun. Roman Catholics, this is the fruit of your rotten church. This vindicates orthodoxy. Unfortunately, this is... Inverted Big Toe, $5. Sam said that you are pure scum. You are the son of Satan. You are gay. I mean, I'm married. He's not, so that doesn't make any sense. BLKN, Sam and William fell for a fake account, and they thought it was really you. This was one of the stupidest or funniest clips of the year.
arguing that, but Peter, Saint Peter, is the vicarious rock. That has got to be recognized. Number one, that takes nothing away from Christ. But the fact of the matter is, Michael, is that Christ set up a visible church with a visible hierarchy and a visible head, and
yeah, but none of that's a non sequitur. So the thing in question is whether Peter is the sole autocrat head of the church. And we haven't actually heard a proof of that or a specific argument other than practical appeals. Well, you need it for unity. But where's the evidence of that biblically? Where's the evidence of that in the patristic sense? Because we haven't had an actual argument for that. All we've had is, well, Leo thought his tome had authority. Okay, but that's not ex cathedra. And it was investigated to see if it was in line with what Cyril taught. So we've not had much substance yet.
When you kind of use that as a fallback, and say, well, Christ is the leader. We agree. The church has always agreed. But how is the visible hierarchy mentioned in Scripture? And it's very clear how it is mentioned. We hearken to Matthew chapter 16 all the time. But there are other passages. Luke chapter 22.
Right.
John 20.
All right, let's look at Luke 22, and let's see if anywhere in Luke 22 we find anything equivalent to Vatican I, because it ain't there. So remember, this is proofs for the papacy from the premier papist, Leather Daddy Albrecht here. Let's see where Albrecht goes with this.
John 21. And the language is very strong there. St. Peter's, we're literally told in the Greek that he's a shepherd in a very special role. What kind of a shepherd?
All the apostles are called shepherds. Where is the special role, right, that's attributed to Vatican I's level of this? All right, so let's see. What do you say, John 21? So we have the denials of Peter, right? And then Jesus is pointing out to Peter that even though you denied me those 3 times, I am forgiving you, and I am telling you and giving you this commission. Feed my lambs, tend my sheep, feed my sheep. Where in any of that, which is a restitution, a kind of redemption for Peter's 3 denials, where in any of that is the Vatican I claim that the Bishop of Rome exercises universal temporal and spiritual power autocratically over the entire church? Where is that? Oh, because Jesus said, tend my sheep. So you begin to see that the entire presupposition of these people is to read into the texts these bizarre, outlandish interpretations that have nothing to do with what's in the text, that actually progresses to Dictatus Papae in 1090. You understand? They have to defend this, because it's not just Dictatus Papae. Unum Sanctum dogmatizes the same thing a couple centuries later. The Roman Church is founded by God alone. The Roman Pontiff alone is universal. He alone can depose and reinstate all bishops. Total different ecclesiology of the first 1,000 years. Number 9. The Pope alone of all the princes in the world shall kiss his feet. The Pope's name is the only name in the world. The papacy is the only name that can be spoken in the churches. The Roman Church, the papacy is judged by no one and may be judged by no one. So in 1090, Dictatus Papae of Gregory VII becomes the seeds for developing into Unum Sanctum in 1302, which doesn't just say that you have to be in communion with the Bishop of Rome to be saved. It says you must also believe in the full temporal power and supremacy of the Roman bishop to be saved as well. And as we saw, the Roman Catholic Church doesn't teach that. Now, this is what these people are defending from Jesus telling Peter, feed my sheep. You can't make this up. So Jesus saying, feed my sheep, literally is supposed to translate into 1,000 years later, you are the king of all the kings in the world. You should have standing armies, as the Medici popes did. It's ludicrous.
Over the flock.
Yeah.
So my comment would be that we have got that shepherd. We have that visible hierarchy as laid out in Scripture. And my hope would be that all of these other churches have that as well. But in order to have that, they would have to become Catholic. Those people would have to become Catholic.
Some people would say, but okay, I understand what you're saying, but it seems like Vatican I and its language and claims about the Pope, it just seems anachronistic, they would claim. Yeah. And they would say that, look, this speaks about an authority to the papacy that just did not exist in the first millennium. What would you say to those who would claim that this kind of authority doesn't exist in the first millennium?
Yeah, exactly. You
you
mean the argument?
Multiple examples.
You mean the argument that the papal document itself makes in Chieti, paragraph 19, appeals to the Bishop of Rome from the East expressed the communion of the Church, but the Bishop of Rome did not exercise canonical authority over the Church of the East. You talking about your papacy's argument that this wasn't the case, that it's admitted? Is that what you're talking about?
One, even though it's very early on, you clearly have seeds of that in Pope St. Clement of Rome, without a doubt, where when he's talking to the flock, he's doing it in an authoritative manner. He clearly views himself as that head of the church. But
no, Clement of Rome, by the way, is no longer even used by Roman Catholic apologists. And if you read the Szyszynski book that just came out, there's an entire chapter on Clement on this very point. And even the Roman Catholic world has ceased from trying to utilize Clement in that way. This is an older apologetic approach that was popular maybe 100 years ago, but it's fallen out of use because it doesn't really prove what the Roman Catholics wanted to prove, right? So if Clement writes a letter and says to a church far away that because he presides in love and he has these recommendations, none of that has anything to do with, just like John 21, with the claims of Vatican I. And so this is just like the classic low tier, it's like Catholic Answers level quote mining that even Roman Catholics don't use anymore. So again, Szyszynski's chapter on Clement disproves this.
We go beyond there. It's very clear in the language of St. Irenaeus that there is a certain model that is set up in a certain way. So if we look in early church history and we look at the claims of some of these popes, for instance, as I brought up Pope St. Leo the Great, and we go onward, even at classic example, read the language of the Second Council of Nicaea.
Yeah.
There's no way around.
Pretty strong, right?
No, it's...
and that's at an ecumenical council.
That's an ecumenical council. This is very, very strong.
Yeah, but did they not realize that the Pentarchy had already been accepted at Nicaea too? Like, even prior to Nicaea too, the Pentarchy had already been accepted. And flowery language, as we saw in the debate between Ibarra and Ubi, doesn't get you anywhere, because the same flowery language is used of the emperor and the empress. For example, the emperor is called he whom the gates of hell cannot prevail against. Oh, so does that mean that he's equivalent to Peter? So in other words, it's a double standard, right? The same argument has been brought forward when this was the point Luigi made to Voice of Reason, right? So it's a double standard. So just because you see that flowery language like that, they'll pick and choose, and they'll say, well, when it's used of the emperor, it doesn't count. But when it's used of the Bishop of Rome, that's the only time it counts. That's a double standard.
Incredibly strong. So if we have that kind of language, this is first millennium. This is the first millennium. And if we have that kind of language there, the church is agreeing upon that kind of language, then there is a foundation set there. Now,
It's a non sequitur. So because the flowery language is there in some of these examples, which is selectively chosen to ignore the flowery language that's said identically of the emperor. By the way, understand, I'm not arguing that the emperor is the bastion of the gates of hell, right? I'm not arguing that the emperor is what will keep the church from falling to the gates of hell. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the same phraseology is used of the emperor, and the Roman Catholics ignore it because it doesn't fit their model and their usage. Because they would then have to admit that there's flowery language that's used a lot in those centuries. Let me give you another example. If you read Basil's letters, when he talks about how Rome was useless in the Meletian Schism, when he refers to the Church of Antioch, Basil says, Antioch, the head of the church, the head from which the body desires and seeks its knowledge and its whatever, all this flowery language. Nobody believes the Church of Antioch is the head of the church. You have the same language in Pope St. Gregory the Great, where he calls the See of Peter, Rome, Alexandria, and Antioch, as late as Pope St. Gregory the Great. So that doesn't fit their model, though, you see, because they have a selective usage where they pull out the quote that fits the model, ignore the contrary evidence, not to mention the contradictions against the Vatican I idea of indefectibility, like Pope Honorius or a pope being deposed. They'll set that aside for a minute. That's ignored because what's useful is the selective flowery language that fits the narrative of Vatican I being read retroactively into these passages.
We love them. And the Oriental Orthodox that are tuning in, they're going to say, hey, well, we weren't there at Nicaea too. So what about us? So the way to answer that, in my opinion, is to look at beforehand.
Sure.
And if you look at beforehand, if you look at in the Syriac Fathers, they have strong language when they talk about the papacy as well. And look, Michael, there's no way around the language of the Bible.
Yeah.
It's very clear, the model that is laid out there. And that model is very clear of the papacy, the way the Catholic Church points it out. Now, come on.
So far we've heard Matthew 16, we've heard Luke 21 Luke 22 about the denials, and John 21 about feed my flock. That's all we've heard, and he just says the papacy's clear. You haven't demonstrated anything from Vatican I in the Bible, nor have you demonstrated anything from Vatican I in the patristic text yet. And by the way, you've not addressed any of the objections either, by the way.
Nope, nobody's.
I mean, like Honorius, Vigilius, etc., which are classic problem texts for the papists. And let me remind you of Ibarra.
We see a deadly sin on every street corner, in every home.
Trying to pull up. I'm not sure if I'm logged in though.
Girl, I wish I could save you, but I can't.
What the hell is that? I'm trying to find my clip. Let's see if it's on X. See if we can find it over here. You'll see why I'm pulling this up. There's a clip I uploaded where Ibarra doesn't have an answer, and the frickin' search on here is terrible. It's on my TikTok. Oh, let me just play it this way. So we're going to show from Ibarra, who's far better than Albrecht at this point, how bad the argumentation is here. Okay, here we go.
Who never departed from the traditions of the fathers and directed the Church of God in utter tranquility. Do you think that's correct?
Not literally.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, so wait a minute. So we have a quote, a patristic quote, that this certain situation, I can't remember if it's talking about the emperor or what, but it's saying that this bishopric or this, in this situation, they always kept to the faith and never departed, right? So this is the same language that's used in the letter of Agatha, right? So understand that Ubi's making the argument to Ibarra that flowery language, even in your view, doesn't prove the papacy, because you admit when the flowery language of never departing from the faith is used of the emperor or of the other bishoprics, it doesn't count. You hear that?
Who never departed from the traditions of the fathers and directed the Church of God in utter tranquility. Do you think that's correct?
Not literally.
Oh, flowery language doesn't automatically prove it. Let's see where this goes.
Okay.
It's not literally correct. But when the papacy works for the Roman Catholic, it's literally correct.
By the mid-5th century, how many popes had like heretical views?
Yeah, this is a hotly debated issue. So, I mean, there's questions related to the pontificate of Liberius and Felix. But, you know, there's
been a few.
There's both sides, yeah.
Okay. Theodora, you'd rent.
Oh, so wait a minute. The papacy has had heterodox people in its chair. What about that doctrine called indefectibility? I'm pretty sure there was a promise of indefectibility that's part of the Vatican I mindset and ethos of what the papacy is. Well, you understand the Pope is indefectible until he defects. That's literally the Roman Catholic position, and you just heard Ibarra admit that.
Mention this letter.
Yes.
Okay. For that Holy See, speaking of Rome, has precedence over all churches in the world for many reasons, and above all for this, that it is free from any taint of heresy, and that no bishop of heterodox opinion has ever sat upon its throne, but has kept the grace of the apostles undefiled. And do you think he's correct? I mean...
So that's pretty strong, flowery language. Uh-oh.
Unless he elsewhere condemns another pope.
Okay. So as you had mentioned, maybe he didn't know. I mean, he's out in the... Sounds like he's out in the boondocks when he writes. I mean... can the constitutions of the church be destroyed?
Constitution. The Holy Spirit has done through the churches.
Right, and these guys are talking about what the Holy Spirit has done through the churches. Always, always, always.
That's right.
So, I mean,
yeah.
Okay, so in your
1
case...
minute remaining.
Oh, thank you. So in this case, I mean, when taking into account that there had been heretical popes, I mean, I don't see how you can maintain that the always there should be the exception.
Yeah, we don't know.
So, always, the papacy was always the rock and never taught error, right?
Right, and these guys are talking about what the Holy Spirit has done through the churches. Always, always, always.
That's right.
So, I mean,
yeah.
Okay, so in your
1
case...
minute remaining.
Oh, thank you. So in this case, I mean, when taking into account that there had been heretical popes, I mean, I don't see how you can maintain that the always there should be the exception.
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, look, I believe Honorius was a condemned heretic.
So the papacy isn't indefectible. It's indefectible until it defects. So you understand that Ibarra right there denied the indefectibility of the Roman See.
Do you think, in the case of Saint Silverius, he was deposed by Belisarius, he's sent to Justinian, finds out, says, you have to give this guy a trial. He's handed over to Vigilius. And Vigilius, he was a horrible person. Are I don't know, from the sounds of it, he was horrible. I mean, how does that work out? If Vigilius is the Pope, but he's judging a former Pope, that means that the deposition of the former Pope had to be valid. If Vigilius is a Pope, if the deposition was not invalid, and Vigilius is judging him, then you still have the situation of a Pope being judged by a non-Pope.
I'll be candid with you. This is something that I have not really had a satisfactory answer to.
Okay.
Oh, so when we have the real hardcore problems, the top apologist, I don't know, man. I don't have the answer. So there's Ibarra, who's way more advanced than this goofball, doesn't know the answer.
That the way the papacy looks at the time of Vatican I, they're not saying, well, the papacy has to look like this.
Yeah.
In the 100s, the church is being persecuted. You know, the church has developed, doctrine has developed. There's no argument about that.
Oh, so wait a minute. Now remember, Vatican I, Pastor Eternus, Satis Cognitum, they actually argued that the prerogatives and the powers of the Roman bishop were always there and always known and recognized by the rest of the church from the earliest days. Well, but it is persecuted, so it's not really there. You don't really see it. They're not able to do it. And it develops. So wait a minute. Is it always there and clear from the earliest days according to the Vatican I and Leo XIII papal teaching? Or was it not clear and it developed over time into unum sanctum, and the Pope is the King of Kings and has a bank run by the Rothschilds, the Vatican Bank? Which one is it? Is it a development or was it always there? Those are mutually exclusive claims, you see.
Doctrine developing is not the same thing as saying that doctrine has been created and there is no example of this in history.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What about the idea that the Roman bishop has full temporal authority over all kings and is himself a king of kings? And if you don't believe that, you're damned. Where in the first 1,000 years is there a doctrine of that you must believe in the temporal supremacy of the Roman bishop to be saved? Oh, it doesn't exist. That refutes the very thing he just said.
You know, the unfolding of the doctrine in history is another thing too. So it's a good point. You bring up the Oriental Orthodox there.
Yeah.
Well, they do accept Ephesus.
Sure do.
And what's interesting there is you have at Ephesus Philip the Legate, the representative of the Pope, making some pretty serious claims in front of the Council Fathers about the Bishop of Rome that is really the seeds of Vatican I, in my estimation.
Yeah, no doubt.
He makes them openly.
Oh, so wait a minute. Remember, Vatican I and Pastor Eternus and Satis Cognitum teach that the powers and prerogatives of the Roman bishop were always there from the earliest days, recognized by all. But now we have at Ephesus the seeds of the papacy. So you understand that when you admit that these doctrines and these ecclesiology type structures evolve, you're admitting the evolution of doctrine, which allows for a position of, in 1928, condemning interfaith gatherings, to 1968, 69, 70, now it's the work of the Holy Spirit. If doctrine evolves, the Holy Spirit can contradict himself.
Fathers accept it.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. So you bring up a very good example there, because the church is not broken off at that time at Ephesus. So to me, the best that they can do is try to claim that maybe later on that wasn't accepted. It was accepted there, though. There is no doubt about it. There is no doubt that it was accepted there. So when we...
But again, the flowery language or the strong language of legates at Ephesus, this comes up in the, I think it was the, let's remind everybody of this classic, right? So the translator of these texts, right, they had him on Reason and Theology, Father Price, right? So let's remind these two people in terms of the source that they're going to. Richard Price. What does Richard Price say about this argument of Chalcedon and Ephesus? Let's see what he says, because he doesn't say what they say, but he's who they rely on. Watch this.
Why did the bishops in Chalcedon feel they needed to judge Theodoret if Leo had already reinstated him?
Oh.
Well, they didn't recognize Roman jurisdiction in the eastern provinces.
Whoa, what do you know?
So Dyer's reinstating, for them, was not decisive. The decision has to be made in the east. Theodoric's position at the council is a very interesting one. When the
So you see why this was not what they wanted on this stream? They invited Richard Price on, who translated the Ecumenical Council Acts and the sessions and all that, right? And they got a question that didn't fit their made-up narrative, right? And Richard Price is admitting, because he's enough of a scholar and he's honest with the text, that the East didn't care about Roman authority and the Roman bishop in some sort of unilateral way. It's the exact same thing that Rome's Chieti document says right here in paragraph 19. The Bishop of Rome did not exercise canonical authority over the churches of the East. Let's hear Father Richard Price again, the very guy that these guys rely upon. You understand?
Did the bishops in Chalcedon feel they needed to judge Theodoret if Leo had already reinstated him?
Well, they didn't recognize Roman jurisdiction in the eastern provinces.
Oh, oops. Doesn't fit the narrative. Just ignore it.
Talk about the Oriental Orthodox. That, to me, is a problem for them.
All right.
Because they reject the papacy. But it becomes an even greater problem for the Eastern Orthodox.
Yeah.
Because we have so many examples.
Right.
Especially at the Second Council of Nicaea. And this is what I would ask them.
Before he goes into this, I should point out that from the Orthodox perspective, the power and prerogatives of the Roman bishop are something that unfortunately evolved. So I'm not saying that actual theology develops. I'm saying that the power and prerogatives of the Roman bishop developed over time, and you do get stronger and stronger statements about the power and prerogatives of the Roman bishop. So even by the time of the Seventh Ecumenical Council, when they had already accepted pentarchy, you tell that to a Roman Catholic, they think that you're making that up. They don't even realize that their own popes accepted the pentarchical structure by the time of the Sixth and Seventh Council. They're assuming that the statement from the Bishop of Rome necessarily makes it so. Well, that would only be true if the Roman Catholic Vatican I position was true, which is the thing in question. So you notice, because these people are evidentialists and they're very sort of low tier, not very sophisticated when it comes to epistemology, they just assume that you just quote mine and pick out the evidences. And if you stack up enough evidences, then it 92% proves maybe the papacy in its seed form. But that's misunderstanding the paradigm question here. From the Orthodox paradigm, just because the Roman bishop starts accruing to himself more and more power, which you clearly see in Unum Sanctum and Dictatus Papae, it doesn't mean that it's good or necessarily so. From the Orthodox perspective, the Bishop of Rome is like any other bishop. He can be a heretic. You heard Ibarra admit that there were heretic popes. There's no special prerogative that makes that guy immune to these problems. So the fact that a pope, as we get into the 7th, 8th, and 9th century, makes more outlandish claims, makes more outlandish temporal power claims, doesn't prove anything other than that you're just presupposing the papal position. But they don't actually think that way, right? They think that if the Pope has more and more outlandish claims, that proves the papacy. Well, only if the papacy in the Vatican I position is true is that the case. But that's the thing in question.
Which church most resembles that church of the Second Council of Nicaea in language?
Yeah.
And
oh, really? You sure you want to go that route? Because the Second Council of Nicaea is about icons. And the iconographic theology of that council lays down patterns and structures that are not allowable outside of the canons of what's appropriate for worship. In fact, there's a council that reaffirms Nicaea II in 843, it's called the Triumph of Orthodoxy in the East, because it's the final victory of Nicaea II over the iconoclasts. And that produces a gigantic document called the Synodicon, which condemns all kinds of things, including the outlandish violations of worship and errors in the Roman Catholic system. Eventually, this develops in a lower D sense of develop. I don't mean that the doctrine changed, but I'm saying that canon law is the application of the principles at different times and in different ways. For us, canon law can be flexible. It has to be. It can't be immutable. There has to be changes and applications of canon law, because cities go away, times change. For example, you have canons that say that clergy can't ride on a horse, right? Eventually, clergy can ride horses because we don't have nobility anymore. So horse riding was something for the nobility, and priests weren't supposed to be engaging in the actions of a civil servant in the nobility. So that's why that canon was there. So canons are a tricky thing because they're not necessarily infallible or immutable or eternal. They're applications of the principles of divine revelation to the time and to the place. And I don't think anybody believes that, unless they're sort of crazy, that all the canons are infallible and eternal. It's just not even a possible position. And that's different from like the creeds or the confessions or the dogmatic statements of an ecumenical council. And I would argue the anathemas are also, you can't deny the anathemas like Voice of Reason and these guys do to try to make Nestorius into something acceptable in the Roman Catholic Church. But they actually do. They actually accept Nestorius in the Roman Catholic Church. It's crazy. But again, you notice that it's all premised on the idea that the system can evolve, and what we have today in the modern Roman system is somehow identical to the seed forms of the church in the first 1,000 years, when every ecumenical council has canons that refute the Vatican I mindset. Now, wait a minute, Jay. I thought you said that the canons are flexible. That's correct. The argument is not that ecumenical canons are infallible and thus refute the primacy of the Roman bishop. The point is that in every ecumenical council, there are canons passed that show that the council didn't have the mindset of Vatican I, because it contradicts the mindset of Vatican I in every ecumenical council. But you notice the Roman Catholics have left out all of that evidence, and they've selectively chosen the things, and in this talk, they haven't even done any, they've done little to no argumentation. They've cited 3 Bible verses and 2 councils, and they haven't addressed any objections. And I'll give you right here this essay that I did, or excuse me, that Seraphim, who's now a deacon, he might be a priest by now, but this was a buddy of ours from the Discord, who is now clergy, by the way, from 2018. Or I think he wrote this in 2018. I posted it in 2020. So my computer might be freezing here.
It would be without a doubt the Catholic Church.
Yeah, you have Nicaea too. I would also argue Agatha at the Sixth Ecumenical Council.
No doubt.
I would even note Vigilius and the way he views himself at the Fifth Council.
You just heard Ubi stomp Ibarra on Vigilius. So here's Lofton appealing to Vigilius.
I'm off.
And what did they're better? And Ibarra is way more advanced than either of these goofballs. What did Ibarra say about Vigilius?
Never departed from the traditions of the fathers and directed the Church of God. And
well, it's this one.
Do you think, in the case of Saint Silverius, he was deposed by Belisarius, he's sent to Justinian, finds out, says, you have to give this guy a trial. He's handed over to Vigilius. And Vigilius, he was a horrible person. I don't remember from the sounds of it. He was horrible. I mean, how does that work out? If Vigilius is the Pope, but he's judging a former Pope, that means that the deposition of the former Pope had to be valid. If Vigilius is a Pope, if the deposition was not invalid, and Vigilius is judging him, then you still have the situation of a pope being judged by a non-pope.
I'll be candid with you. This is something that I have not really had a satisfactory answer to.
Okay.
So the best top papacy apologist can't explain the very thing that Lofton just said is the best argument for the papacy. Are you serious?
And then
Or one of the best?
Fourth Council, Leo, he most certainly thought his tome was definitive prior to an ecumenical council.
No, but he didn't, though. And the quote that we just saw from Richard Price refutes that, you see. And I wonder if they still have the Price thing up. They might have taken it down just because it doesn't fit with Lofton's narrative, right? So you heard what Lofton said, right? We know, it's so obvious that Chalcedon thought Leo was authoritative and he had full temporal power and supremacy. Let's hear it once more.
Why did the bishops in Chalcedon feel they needed to judge Theodoret if Leo had already reinstated him?
So, why are the bishops of Chalcedon separately judging this individual called Theodoret? It's over the Nestorian question. Even though they knew that Leo had already pronounced a condemnation. If Leo had ex cathedra papal power and authority, they would not rejudge something that Rome has spoken, case is closed, right? And what does their scholar that they're relying on here with all of these translations of the council say?
Well, they didn't recognize Roman jurisdiction in the eastern provinces.
Oh, oops. Guess it's not Vatican I at the time of Chalcedon, is it?
Ruling on the matter. And what's even more interesting is he overturns a canon of the Council of Chalcedon by the authority of St. Peter. So here he thinks that he is able
That's not what he does.
ratify or annul by the authority of St. Peter a canon from an ecumenical council.
Yeah, this is the Roman Catholic revisionist story of what Canon 28 of Chalcedon is about. When you actually look at what Leo says, Leo does not say, I reject this because I'm the Pope. I reject it because of Rome. Canon 28 of Chalcedon, that Constantinople I had already enacted, by the way, out of communion with Rome, made Constantinople second after Rome. So it placed New Rome second after Old Rome. All right. So here it is. And why did Leo reject this? It had nothing to do with Vatican I papal prerogatives. The real reason why, if you actually read into the subject matter, is that Leo believed, somewhat correctly, you could argue, that Canon 28 of Chalcedon, which is actually a canon from Constantinople I, at this time Rome had not yet accepted Constantinople I, keep that in mind. Leo believed that it violated the rights and the privileges of Canon 6 of Nicaea. So if we go back to Nicaea, Canon 6 says, let the ancient customs in Egypt, Libya, and Pentapolis prevail. The Bishop of Alexandria has jurisdiction in all these, since is like is customary for the Bishop of Rome, and likewise Antioch. So notice the jurisdiction of Rome, Antioch, and Alexandria is all likened to be similar. By the way, there's nothing about universal, autocratic, unilateral jurisdiction here. And when you bring it up to the Roman Catholics, well, it's an argument from silence because they just all knew it. It's not there, but they knew it. So again, they ignore the contrary evidence and just assume it and say that it's an argument from silence, which is what Ibarra says. Now, Leo thought that to say that Constantinople now was the second see after Rome in this canonical listing of canonical privileges would be to violate Canon 6 of Nicaea. So it had nothing to do with the authority of the Roman bishop. It's rather that this canon, that is Canon 28 of Chalcedon, was a restatement of a canon from Constantinople I. Constantinople I tried to make for the East, and the East saw this as a ecumenical council. They tried to make the place of Constantinople second, right? And if you go to Nicaea, it's different in terms of the canonical structure, right? So it differs from Nicaea in the canonical structure. So here you see, here's Constantinople 1, right? Here's Canon 3. Because it is New Rome, let the Bishop of Constantinople enjoy the privileges of honor after the Bishop of Rome. Does this say anything about papal prerogatives, unilateral jurisdiction? No. It says the privileges of honor, right? After the Bishop of Rome, and let the Patriarch of Constantinople be number 2. See? So Leo says that's not fair to the canonical structure listed at Chalcedon. That's why Leo rejects it, right? It has nothing to do with Vatican I papal powers. He just doesn't accept it because the papacy did not accept Constantinople I at this time. Constantinople I is the Trinity Council. It's the council that was held out of communion with Rome, which dogmatized the Cappadocian doctrine of the Trinity. The decree of that council says you must follow the teaching of St. Gregory of Nyssa to be orthodox in your Trinitarian theology. And by the way, the Roman Church does not follow that. So, Constantinople I is not accepted as an ecumenical council until centuries after Leo by the West. Do you hear me? The papacy later accepts Constantinople I, even though it was called out of communion with Rome. Its presiding saint, St. Meletios, died out of communion with Rome. Oh, it just happens to magically retroactively be an ecumenical council once Rome accepts it. And it dogmatizes the Trinity. So you understand that what they're talking about, if they actually understood this, it actually destroys the Vatican I view of the papacy, because it's admitting that this original controversial canon comes from a council that defines and dogmatizes the Trinity outside of communion with Rome.
Yeah, no doubt. Which, if you think about it, the precedent has been set at the Council of Jerusalem in Acts chapter 15. Now, nobody's going to doubt or argue that the head of the church in Jerusalem was James. Nobody's going to argue that.
Sure, of course.
But who is the one that makes the decision?
Yeah.
And James, of course. Yeah. After James, of course, James agrees with it.
Sure.
But it is St. Peter who does it. And that's a big, big factor. Because you look at the commentary in Acts 15 by St. Jerome, and he's noting the very same thing.
Sure.
Calling St. Peter, the prime mover of the council. So,
well, first of all, the fact that Jerome says that also doesn't translate into Vatican I's claims. And there's nothing in this that tells us that because, so hold on. So they're admitting that it's presided over by James, but they're saying, but Peter makes all the decisions. What does it actually say at the decree here? It pleased the apostles and the elders with the whole church to send this out. Does this say anything about papal decree? There is no papal decree model here. In fact, it's so bad for them, they actually have to say that, well, Peter spoke at the beginning, and Jerome thinks that he was important at the council. But they just admitted that it was presided over, right, by James. Now, let's see what their argument is. The apostles and the elders came together to consider this matter. There was a dispute. Peter spoke and said, "Men of God, you know that God chose me to be the mouth of the Gentiles. God knows the heart and acknowledged them by giving them the Holy Spirit just as he did us. So we should receive them without much fuss." Then all the multitude kept silent. And Barnabas and Paul declared the wonders that they had done. So Peter speaks, Barnabas and Paul speak, everyone's silent, and then after everyone was silent, James answers. So the focal point of this section, just because Peter begins talking, that doesn't prove anything. How does that prove Vatican I? In fact, if I'm going to argue from the reverence, it's everyone becoming silent when James speaks. James has the final say, not Peter. Didn't he just admit that James was presiding? Why would James preside when Peter has the superiority? It should be Peter's presiding. So James has the final say-so right here. And then we get the Jerusalem Decree. Where in the Jerusalem Decree do you see anything like the unilateral papal decrees that you see in the later eras of the church? Why didn't the letter just say, Peter spoken, case is closed? Remember, they argue Peter has spoken through Leo. Rome has spoken, case is closed. Why didn't they just say, Peter has spoken, case is closed? What's even the need for a synod anyway?
We're not infected with Peter syndrome
Yeah.
when we begin to quote passages from the Bible and then quote commentary on the way the fathers view those passages. And Acts 15 is a big one. It really...
Yeah, but if you read Denny's book, Papalism, he has an entire chapter pointing out that the majority interpretation of Matthew 16 is not that it's Peter. So once again, the majority, the consensus, which is largely, I think there's like 16 or so that think that it's Peter himself. The majority is, no, it's Peter's confession or it's something else, right? Peter's faith. In that case, well, we don't care about the majority, you see. So selectively quote mining again and ignoring the contrary or the majority is precisely what they do.
really is important because we see a kernel of how that leadership was.
Oh, so you see, it's not actually Vatican I, which was supposed to be there from the outset, believed by all. It's now the seeds and the kernels once again. So when there's not evidence, it's the seeds. But at the same time, they say it was always there. It was clear. Henry 28:17. Side note, new monastic lore dropped. I don't know what that means. Harry Saponis, $1. The Filioque downgrades the Holy Spirit, and it encourages all these papal heresies. Yeah, it's not an accident that once the Filioque becomes more and more accepted in the West, it's the same thing with the rise of the papacy, right? The papacy coming to power is exactly when they begin their rejection of the Father as the sole arche in the Godhead. Papal supremacy is a demonic usurping of the role of the Spirit. Yeah, exactly. Sherard's book on that's really good. Church, Papacy, Schism. That's pretty much the whole argument for the most part. Let's Talk God. Please search up. No, I'm not gonna play those clips. Joshua Ward, $5. William wants to debate the ingredients of your male enhancement pills. They say that you sell fake pills. They're not male enhancement pills. They're pills that relate to adaptogens and workouts. So it has nothing to do with male enhancement. They're not fake pills. You can go get them and see for yourself. I mean, it's a multi-million-dollar company. How would it be fake pills? John Milner, $13.99 Canadian. Christ is God. Jourdain, $5. Brother Sam said, God is my witness. Jay is calling me a bald N-word in my studio. The clips are all over Twitter. That's fake, man. I mean, I'm sitting in here live streaming with you. That's all fake. Sisyphos, Canadian, $10. Set up a debate on a neutral platform. I'll try to get him to come to a neutral platform tonight. You're betting on Albrecht not being available. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm scared. Even though I showed you at the beginning of the stream 5 years ago where I tried to set up debates with William Albrecht and he would just postpone it for 6 months every time I do it. Cosmic Gulo, $5. I realized that William was not very good when he did a video on Purgatory and Palamos and Dositheus. He tried to say that Orthodox don't teach what Palamos says. Okay, whatever. That's crazy. Glitchy, $2. I just got here. Chat, yes or no. I don't know what that means. Common Sense, $10. Jay never said that we need to debate right now. Yeah, it just says, I'll show you what it says. I sent him 2 different messages. I'll show you what I sent him on here. So here's this meltdown material here. Watch this. This is 2 different messages here. One says, how are Protestants going to be better off defenders of the Trinity than the Orthodox? So that's the initial thing that I took issue with. Then I said, how about you and Albrecht come debate me on the energies and the triad? Okay. And then I sent him a letter 234 of Basil. And then I said, we can have a friendly exchange. Whoa, oh my gosh, unreal. And I sent the exact same thing on Twitter, except for maybe a couple words different. So that's what caused today's flip out. When he called in, they played dumb. William ran and accused Jay of calling only because he left. Try to keep up. I healify, $5. Eric, $5. This is what happens when Sam Shamoun lets the Hulkamania run wild with himself, brother. ML hate ecumenism, $3. At 49 minutes of his stream, you can see the real reason why he's mad. Go watch it before he deletes it. I don't know. I don't even follow or keep up with this stuff. Like, these people they think that I'm like following and watching all their stuff. Like, I watch Sam Shamoun here and there, mainly clips. I don't follow his live streams. I was interested in today's live stream because he was talking about Protestant and Catholic doctrine, views of the Trinity, models of the Trinity. Roland, William is ready to debate. Are you ready? I mean, I thought we were going to do it tonight. 42 attack, $3. Favorite part of tonight. All of us Catholics in the Crucible chat want Andrew to moderate. I thought we were going to do it. Benny, Canadian, $2. Timestamp. He is live. This must be old. Pokemon Go, love yourself, $5. MIO opinion. The only thing that the orb could be is an uncreated energy. It's from God. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. If a Jay versus Albrecht debate happens, it must be blood sports. Well, that guy is the worst. And I say the reason I say he's the worst, first of all, is that you see the tier of the apologetics we get here, right? It's just literal low tier quote mining. That's about all it is. And the reason he's such a nasty individual is that years ago on a live stream, he started saying this stuff like he was going to fight me in real life, and I clipped it. I have the screenshots. And then he says, "Oh, I never said that. I never said that." I mean, he was saying it in the chat. He's like, he wants to fight in real life, which is so ridiculous, because we were talking about doing a debate. Because again, in 2019 and 2020, I tried to schedule debates with him, and he would just postpone it for 6 months every time. So here we are 5 years later, 6 years later, and he's claiming that I'm scared to debate him. It's the same point that Ubi made, is that Ubi also tried to work out a debate with Albrecht, and you just get this, tap dancing, it's like, I don't have time to run through this game with you. Like, we've already tried to do this. If you go back to the beginning of the stream, the first thing I talked about, I showed you his old messages where he would say, "Oh, I need 6 months. Well, give me another 6 months. Give me another 6 months." And it just got old. I just finally moved on. And then I called Albert one day because I used to have his phone number. And he melted down. He lost it on me and said that there is no Discord. This is like 2020, somewhere in there, 2021. Said that I don't have a Discord. It's all made up. I paid bots to go in there. There is no one is converting to Orthodoxy. This is what he said. And then he gave my phone number to Lofton. And then Lofton sent me a fake lawsuit threat. So this is what we're dealing with. This is the people that we're talking about here. Juliana Talant, $5. Sir, thank you for all that you've done with your lectures, presentations, and debates. When I ask you some questions about, they're troubling me. P.S. Great victory for the devil, for the trash of Sam Shamoun. It's so sad. Common sense, $100. You handled this very well. You were often accused of being mean, but I've lost respect for Shamoun. These are all bogus accusations. Fuentes admits that his debate with you was the worst, but seeing this, he did the most with what he had. Stay strong, be humble. God bless you and your family. Well, thank you for that generous super chat. I appreciate that. SS21, $5. See what John Chrysostom says about Acts 15. Ibarra has a paper on it that basically refutes himself. That's interesting. So everybody should look up Chrysostom on Acts 15. I don't have my church fathers set here at this house, so I can't look it up. But if there's a link on New Advent, you guys can send it to me. Store 96, $5. Shout out to my dog, Block Party Vintage, who is now forklift certified. Carrie SMW9, $3. If possible, not too much. Could you summarize your position on what? We're critiquing the papist position all night tonight. VN, $2. You are a genius. Big fan. Keep it up. Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Peter. And of course, it becomes much more fleshed out through church history. And you bring up a great example there with the striking down of the canon. Yeah. That is a tough one to overcome there, because somebody that did not believe they had that authority vested in them from Christ would not have even had the audacity to do such a thing. But the Pope does do it. And
well, that's a false equivalence, because that's a non sequitur, because you just heard Richard Price say that the Eastern bishops didn't accept everything that the Roman bishops did because they didn't recognize Roman jurisdiction in the East. So the fact that someone doesn't accept something, that doesn't prove that they have papal supremacy. I mean, if the Eastern bishops are rejecting something that the West is doing, does that mean the Eastern bishops have papal supremacy? Does rejecting something prove papal supremacy? It just means that Leo didn't accept Constantinople I. But guess what? The East did. So at the time of Leo, you have differing numbers and views of what the councils have been, right? If you're in the East, you believe that there's Nicaea, Constantinople I, Ephesus, and now Chalcedon. If you're Leo, you believe in Nicaea, Ephesus, Chalcedon. So they don't even accept the same councils. Now, guess what? Who ends up being right in this situation? Rome, a few centuries after Leo, accepts Constantinople I. So the East was right the entire time. This all refutes what they're saying. Let's move on to their coverage of Francis. Let's see what they say about Frank.
It just seems like that there, there's a point of disconnect there.
Now-
So in other words, their hang up is that, okay, I can see this historically, but I just don't know about Pope Francis.
Yeah. The number one thing I would say is I have never been the biggest fan of Pope
Right.
Francis, ever. But he is the vicar of Christ.
Sure.
He is a valid pope. He
Right.
is the pope. And in his defense, Michael, I think he gets ripped out of context so much.
I think so.
I really, really do.
It is now a possibility of couples of the same sex to be blessed. Right there. Francis, you see that? Francis's statement in 2023. Here we have homosexual priests are punished with death, according to Pius V, in Horrendum Iliud Scelus. Okay. 1568, gay priests are punished with death in this document. Now, you can bless couples of the same sex in the Roman Catholic Church. This is the Vatican. This is Francis's Fiducia Supplicans. And the Roman Catholics say, well, but up at the top it says that you can't bless a gay marriage and the blah, blah. It doesn't matter what it says up at the top. All that means is that the document contradicts. There you go. So, what was the point? I'm starting to get tired because it's late at night, right? So, what was the point of this? Francis, I'm showing you another contradiction that disproves them, right? Francis says, the gospel is contrary to death penalty, right? I'm showing you how crazy and contradictory the Roman Catholic system is. Pope Francis, Vatican News, the death penalty is inadmissible. It is contrary to the gospel. Here he says it's contrary to nature, right? The CDC, Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith, has made changes to the death penalty. It is no longer admissible. But wait a minute. In 1568, under Pius V, you were punished with death if you were a Skittles priest. Do you see that? Punishable by death in 1568. Now, fast forward to Fiducia Supplicans of Francis 2 years ago. The blessings of the same-sex couples is now within the horizon of the Roman Catholic Church. I'm not talking about marriage. But you know what it says here. As couples, they can be blessed. It's just not marriage. Skittles priest put to death, 1568. Now the death penalty is contrary to the gospel, and Skittles couples can be blessed. So here's what Sam Shamoun and William Albrecht want to convert you to. There you go. Unmute, dude. Thank you. Jay, you're muted. Eric Vigilant, Daedalus, and Jordan Johnson. It's because I'm getting tired, so I'm getting a little sleepy here. Noel Miranda is $2. God wants him muted. Logos Logic, $3. Is this your first time on the internet? Cyan, $2. Unmute. See, maybe I should just unmute because you guys send super chats when I'm muted. Ultraviolence, $2. I always thought Shamoun had a weird, unwarranted level of confidence, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Clearly has issues. He came at you like some Dawa noob. Bizarre behavior. Wendy Torrance, unmute. Jordan Johnson, $5. I will fight Albrecht. He reminds me of a father-in-law. I'm 6'4", 240. There's no need to fight anybody. You just have to refute these stupid positions.
Now, on the other side, give both perspectives.
So I want to remind you guys, who's the person who asked to debate the theological subject matter? Me. Who's the person that did a stream about the theological subject matter? Me. Did anyone else do that, or did they just lose their minds and melt down?
It's a fair shake. Do I think he can be more precise sometimes?
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
I truly do.
Yeah.
But I don't think Pope Francis is heretical. I know he's the Pope. He's the valid successor of St. Peter. And I think that there's a lot of good he does.
Okay, so a lot of platitudes. Where was any actual defense of any controversial statements or explanations? So this is presuming questions for Catholics, right? So every one of these little sections is, what about Vatican I? What about the head of the church, right? It's all sort of questions. What about Pope Francis? Does he have an answer? He just states his own psychological belief, his own self-reporting that he believes Francis is the Pope. Okay, well, that's great, but how is that an argument?
I truly do. I really do think, first off, we villainize him so much, or the media does. The rad trad media.
Oh, here we go. The rad trad media is at fault for Francis. It's not Francis, it's the rad trad media villainizing Francis. Or maybe Francis is saying that couples of the same sex can be blessed is the problem. Maybe that's part of it? Or is it a conspiracy of the rad trad media?
And I'm not naming anyone in particular.
Sure.
Well, why not focus on his help and outreach to the poor?
Yeah.
To the needy. Why not look at that? Why not look at the good?
Why look at any contradictions? Why not look at the good things I did 5 years ago, right? Who cares if I'm contradicting myself right now or if there's gigantic contradictions with Pope Francis? Why not look at feeding the poor? This is the apologist that is so eager to debate. This is the worst. This guy's terrible.
Good as well. So again, I've never been the biggest fan, but he does fulfill that. And hey, we haven't had every single pope be.
This is a stellar argumentation here. Hey, I'm not the biggest fan, but he does fulfill that. And he gave to the poor. Like, this is your argument?
Out front when their language of being
Sure.
the rock. We haven't. So Pope Francis is a different kind of pope, but he's the pope. He truly is the pope.
Well, that's really
And,
profound. So he's asserted about 5 times that he really is just truly the Pope. But I haven't heard any actual argument or explanation for any of the contradictory actions and teachings of Francis. This is so weak, man.
And another thing, I've heard the arguments against Pope Francis. I've seen the videos put forth claiming, well, look, he's denying this and this Catholic doctrine.
Yeah.
I have not seen a case for a denial of any.
Oh, really? What about blessings of unions? What about denying the death penalty? What about when he said that all religions are a path to God? Remember that one? Did I pass it? I'm kind of tired now. Remember, all paths lead to God? So, by the way, Francis delivered us this gem 6 months ago, right? So maybe we could say that merciful God. Now, your boy Albrecht here wasn't aware of this great gaffe by Francis here. It's not really a gaffe, though. I mean, Francis is really just stating what's in Vatican II, right? And yet, what do we have? This is all over Catholic media. Every religion is a way to arrive at God. There are different languages to arrive at God, but God is God for all. But my God is more important than your God. Is that true? There is only one God, and each of them has a language to arrive at God. Sikh, Muslim, Hindu, Christian. They are different paths. If you go to the papal encyclical called Mortalium Animos, you can very clearly see that this is a direct contradiction to previous normative papal teaching. So there you go. But he's not aware of any. Now, granted, this interview is before that event. Eric Vigilant, you're muted. Can you unmute me? I'm Eric Vigilant. $3. Very entertaining stream. Great to see you keep your cool. The hot-headed boomer losing his mind over personal things instead of debating the topics. Can you unblock me on Instagram? I'll see. Maybe.
Of these Catholic doctrines.
Not a good one.
No, not a good case at all. A lot of misunderstanding, though.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you get past the knee-jerk reactions and really start to look into things,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I don't think that he's teaching heresy.
No.
And yes, I agree. Sometimes he is misrepresented
Sure.
by the media, whether it's from rad-trad media or just secular media.
Oh, yeah.
But sometimes I think that he says problematic things,
Yeah.
and he's not being misrepresented.
Agreed.
He really is saying something problematic.
Ooh, interesting. Now, the chief Pope-splainer has a problem with Francis now. I wonder if he's backed off of this, right? Because at this time, I think Lofton, this is a couple of years ago, Lofton was still trying to kind of reach out to sort of trad-minded people. And now he's swung back in the direction of just like pure pope-splaining, right? He's like the ultimate pope-splainer, and you never, ever, Francis can do no wrong, right? So even though this was a while ago, it's funny to watch this now because, like, the argumentation, I guarantee, is not going to be any better. Let's see. Let's see. There's another 30 minutes of this. It's pretty late, so why don't we postpone and maybe do this tomorrow, because it's already 3 in the morning here. D's King Hockey, $10. What is your opinion on the father of Austin Metcalf forgiving the guy that murdered his son? Is it Orthodox doctrine to forgive this way a murderer is someone so close to you? So I think that what would have made the most sense is that the father should have pressed for justice, because it's a travesty against society in general when you don't argue for justice, right? And justice is part of divine law. You should have justice. He doesn't have to have a personal vengeance and animosity and hatred if he, in a personal sense, eventually is able to forgive. But there's no discontinuity between calling for justice and also personally forgiving. So a lot of people mix up these things, and I would say that no, I believe in the death penalty. So the state should put to death someone who murders someone. And it's not wrong for you to believe in that. So we're not pacifists. But you don't have to have personal vindictive hatred, you see. That's, I think, the answer to that. Common Sense, $10. As James White voice, why are you a big meanie? Why do you have a weird flamingo? Why are you making fun of Cosby sweaters? Weird. Anyway, hopefully catch you on my RV tour. That's funny. Someone said masala. You guys are funny. Guys, I want to remind you, head on over to chalk.com. Chalk is the show sponsor. They have the best in supplementation, and as you can go and see and check it out for yourself, they're not a fake company. They are a real company, and they will send you real products, especially the Chad mode, the Action 2.0, the Tonkat Ali. That's great for those who want to supplement their workout regimen with adaptogens and other products that can help boost testosterone, such as the Tonkat Ali, the Tonkat 100. You're not going to pay $174. You're going to pay 40% off of that with the promo code JAY40. That's J40 to get 40% off. And Rogue Renaissance sends $5. Thank you so much. You can also use the promo code JAY44LIFE. That's J44LIFE to get 44% off all those great products. You don't have to buy the stack. You can buy the individual products as well. It's not a dick pill place. It's a place, it's a shop for workouts. It's not pee-pee pill stuff. So that's not true. Movie Palace, $10. Off topic, do you know if relations of opposition is an Aristotelian concept? I think it does originate in Hellenic philosophy. The idea that I think it would probably go back to probably just number theory. You know, we talked with Dr. Branson about Greek number theory in the ancient world, right? So 1 is undivided. 2 is divisive. And so there's an opposition between the original and its offspring, the dyad. So a dyad is oppositional. I think it goes back to just ancient numbering systems, counting by division. How did Thomas reconcile this? And then the filioque makes the spirit less than. Well, again, they're understanding relations of opposition in a framework that is not Cappadocian. Relations are not relations of opposition. And so we absolutely believe in relations in the triad. the Father relates to the Son. But the problem is that Thomism says persona et relatio, person is relation. But a relation is a predicate, and a person is a subject. So how can a person be a relation? I'm the person J. I'm not reducible to or identical to being the son of Bob, right? Being the son of Bob is a relation. But that's not reducible to that's not what my consciousness or my personhood is. It's just a relation. It describes me, but it doesn't mention, or it doesn't pick out my consciousness or my personhood. It's just a descriptor of a relation. So that's the problem, is that Thomism says that persons are relations, and that's because of their doctrine of simplicity. All right, thank you guys. Daedalus since $20. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate we have to deal with people who don't like us, and they get mad, and sometimes you have, what's the word I'm looking for? Unpredictable people, right? You don't know how they're going to react to stuff, and so you ask them to come have a discussion, a debate, and they lose it. It's unfortunate, but that's what happens. And I don't hate Sam Shamoun. I'm not his enemy. He can be mad and call me every name in the book, I guess. I mean, we made a couple jokes tonight, but everything I talked about was keeping it focused on the issues, because I think that's the real problem, is the doctrines, the theology. That's about it. But thank you guys, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.